add our meatballs, some pasta, maybe a healthy ingredient or so. Now that it's beginning to come to a gentle simmer, we're gonna add a few more ingredients at this point. The first being the rind from Parmigiano Reggiano. And this is a chef's secret that's been going on for a really long time, where you add it to pretty much anything that you would top with the cheese. So that rind is just gonna add like this little subtle umami that's going to flavor the soup. At this point, I'm gonna add the meatballs. Going to give a very gentle stir just to make sure all the meatballs are submerged, but you don't want to smash them or break them. Going to let this go for about an hour until our meatballs are fully cooked through and the vegetables are super tender. In the meantime, I'm going to tidy up and grab my last few ingredients. The soup has been gently simmering for the last hour or so. So traditionally, there is some sort of a hearty green in an Italian wedding soup. Some families like escarole. You can use chard. I'm using just curly kale, mainly because I think it looks really pretty. And now we're going to add the pasta and the kale, and they will finish cooking right in our pot. Tubettini, ditalini, those are my favorite. Right on in. And last but not least, the kale. Just grab your spoon and kind of gently start to submerge the kale. Don't be too aggressive because you don't want to mash your meatballs. And I told you, it looked like a lot of broth, and now it's just the way I like it. Just enough broth to consider it soup, but all the other good stuff is going to be loaded in your bowl. And at this point, just cook it until it's nice and al dente, about 10 minutes. How amazing does this look? The pasta is nice and al dente, the kale's wilted, the meatballs are super tender, as are the vegetables, and I think it's time to dig in. Did you even eat soup if you didn't put it in a bougie crock? I don't think so. Ugh. Make sure you get a little bit of everything. Right now, all I could think about is this wedge of pecorino that's been sitting here. Oh yeah. Disclaimer, let it sit for a second. It is super hot.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're gonna kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back! Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go. International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just did, too.
Is all I can say. The vegetables just melt in your mouth. The meatballs are so good. The broth is so flavorful. Pasta, cheese, give me a fireplace, and I'll be a happy person. Garlic bread is the ultimate comfort food. What makes my garlic bread so delicious is plenty of butter, plenty of garlic, and my favorite cheese, pecorino. The first thing I'm going to do is start with some parsley. Need about a tablespoon of parsley leaves that are going to be finely chopped. This is just going to add a little bit of freshness to our garlic bread. Make sure it's nice and fine so that every bite of garlic bread has a little bit of fresh parsley in it. That looks great. And right into the bowl. I'm using salted butter, so I don't need to worry about trying to dissolve salt into this. So 1 stick of the salted butter, and now let's start building that garlicky flavor. Starting with 4 very generously sized cloves of fresh garlic. And grate it in. Grating it pretty much makes it so that it almost melts right into the butter. Be super careful when using one of these zesters. They are extremely sharp. I've nicked myself more with this than I have a knife. Then some garlic powder. This actually is a little bit more subtle and will hit your palate later on, so that as you eat your garlic bread, you're sure to have plenty of garlic flavor. And I'm just adding 1/4 teaspoon of that. A tablespoon of pecorino. It's gonna add a little bit more saltiness and flavor, and it's gonna melt right into the butter. And last but not least, to kind of help create a paste and bring it all together and add even more flavor, extra virgin olive oil, and I'm adding 2 tablespoons. I love the flavor of extra virgin olive oil in combination with butter. And all you wanna do is gently stir this, mashing it together until it's one smooth mixture. Really mix it all together. You don't want big clumps of garlic or it's going to be a little bit too much. You can see how that olive oil helps make it super pasty. It's gonna be easy to spread on our bread. This looks great. So we'll set this aside for a minute and we'll work on the bread. I'm using a nice crusty loaf of Italian bread. It's pretty crusty on the outside, but it's nice and fluffy on the inside, which is going to trap all of the garlic butter. So using a serrated knife, cut it lengthwise in half, as if you're making a nice sub for lunch or something. And then cut it in half the opposite direction, just like that. And you'll be left with 4 long pieces, just like this. And you can see all those little nooks and crannies that the butter is gonna get trapped into and just be so delicious. Gonna take that garlic butter and just sort of divide it into 4 mounds. And all that's left to do is to evenly spread it onto the bread, making sure you cover every little bit of the surface. You want it to be nice and generous. There's nothing worse than like a dry, bland garlic bread. Isn't it mesmerizing? Or am I just weird? And the last piece, really working it in, making a nice, smooth, even layer. Everything's completely coated. All that's left to do is pop it in a 425-degree oven for about 10 to 12 minutes. There'll be some gorgeous golden brown crustiness happening around the edges, but it'll still be really nice and soft in the center. good. Does this look? I wish you can smell it because it smells better than it looks. Now, if my parents were coming for dinner, they would have already ripped into this like savages. But because this is a classy show, I am going to show you how to serve it for like a dinner party or something. Carefully grab a piece, and it's crispy. I don't know if you can hear it. And I like to cut it just into like 1.5 inch pieces. It is so hot, but we're fine. It's fine. Whew, smoking. Look at this, a heaping platter of yummy, garlicky deliciousness.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the manner of elections.
All right, it just did too.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hot chocolate is the ultimate cold weather treat. And this recipe is so decadent that you're gonna forget all about that powdered stuff. It all starts with a ganache, which I know sounds fancy, but trust me, it's super simple. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is chop up some chocolate, 10 ounces of it. A serrated knife is the key when chopping chocolate. It goes through it so easily. And I'm really going crazy here, chopping it nice and finely so that it melts into a nice, smooth ganache later on. You can tell this is good chocolate just by the crunch it makes as the knife goes through it. So, probably not the best thing to do. Stab yourself with a knife. Next is the liquid component. And most ganaches start with heavy cream. This is 1 2/3 cup. And typically you really don't have to add anything else at this point to make a ganache, but I'm not basic, so I have to kick it up a notch. The first thing I'm going to add is 2 tablespoons of cocoa powder, unsweetened cocoa powder. This is just to really amplify that chocolate flavor in our hot chocolate. So right on in. And then to add just a touch more sweetness and just a molassesy undertone, 1 packed tablespoon of dark brown sugar. And last but not least, just a ½ teaspoon of some fine sea salt. Going to put this over high heat. I want to bring it to a simmer. Whenever you put dairy over the cooktop, you really want to pay attention to it and make sure it doesn't boil over. Want to start dissolving the salt and the sugar into the cream, and the cocoa powder starts to dissolve in as well. Make sure you have your chocolate on standby, and then right on over the chocolate. Oh, it smells so good. I'm gonna grab my whisk and just slowly start to stir it. You can see it starting to melt and get nice and thick. And look how velvety in just a matter of seconds right before your eyes. It's just a beautiful mixture. And just whisk it until smooth. We don't want any chocolate chunks left in there. Just gonna throw this in the refrigerator. You want it to be completely set before moving on to the next step. At least 2 hours, but you can even do it overnight. Because you can never have too much hot chocolate, here's some that I already did yesterday. And what I like to do are scoop mounds. And the reason I'm doing so is because these are my packets of hot chocolate. I'll put these in the freezer until they're frozen and then transfer them to a zip top bag so that I always have hot chocolate when I need my fix. Almost looks like ice cream, but not quite. Okay. At this point, you can freeze them for later use or use it right away. I'm just gonna give my hands a quick rinse, but I think I need to make some right now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now for the fun part, to make some hot chocolate. First thing you're gonna do is 3/4 cup of whole milk. And then because this is Decadent hot chocolate, 1/4 cup of heavy cream. And that goes right into a small saucepan. I'm gonna put this over medium heat. So I'm gonna take 2 of my mounds and right on into the pot. These chocolate ganache mounds are going to melt right into that cream, making the best hot chocolate you've ever had in your life. I like to stir it pretty constantly. That's gonna keep the milk and the chocolate from burning. It's already starting to get that chocolatey color. Now, this hot chocolate is just fine the way it is. But if you wanna kick it up a notch, you can add something like this, which is some bourbon cream. So I'm going to add 1/4 cup. You can add chocolate liqueur, you can add rum, but this bourbon cream does the trick for me. and time to serve. Get yourself an appropriate mug for the occasion. Smells so good. Toppings. It's hot chocolate. You've got to have the toppings. I'm keeping it pretty classic because I'm a classy guy, but do you? Marshmallows, a must. A lot of marshmallows. Creates a nice base for your whipped cream to sit on and make sure it doesn't melt all over the place. And to finish it off, some chocolate. I'm using milk here. And I like graham crackers for little dippers. Happy fall. Oh my God, it is so good. Is it all over my nose? It's probably all over my nose and no one is telling me. This tastes even better than it looks. I'm gonna keep enjoying this.
This week, a familiar voice, Katie Couric, returns to Studio 1A.
I've had an extraordinary life. I've had incredible opportunities. As you say, I've had huge successes. I've had some pretty public failures, too. It's the whole kit and caboodle, as my mom would say.
Hoda Kotb sat down with Olivia Newton-John.
Anyone that has gone on this journey with cancer, it's unknown destinations and surprises and turns.
And the GOAT, Olympic champion Simone Biles.
Big exhale, Simone, just watching that piece on this particular day, on this Thursday. How are you doing?
You know, a lot better, getting the mental health therapy that I need. So I'm really happy to have such a great app to help out with that.
Now here are the host of the greatest show ever, Today's Show Confidential, who makes sure every day is a Bones Day. It's Libby, Maz, and Pete Breen.
My God.
Jenna, you could always, I thought she was going to say Pete the Cat.
Yeah, she calls me Pete the Cat, but she went with the more radio prominent Pete Breen.
That was pretty good. And
she did it. She nailed it.
Jenna's consistent with other talent who sarcastically track the Open 2.
You
Today's
say
Show Confidential.
You can hear it in their voice. They're mocking. What am I doing? Why are these people who should be focusing on me focusing on themselves?
That's absolutely true. There's a little extra something in there that just speaks to me as condescending.
Yeah, I love it. I love that they, like, maybe it irks them a little bit, and I'm okay with that.
I think, Holly, that Pete should track our Open next week.
No.
Why not?
You've never suggested I should track anything.
Well, now I am, and I think our titles are all ridiculous. Maz's is normal.
I know.
Executive producer, that's fine, but
Right.
Senior Vice President and Senior Broadcast
I know.
Producer.
It just sounds
Why can't we just be
made up.
Libby, Maz, and Pete?
It's fine.
Is that good?
Maybe going forward we can do that.
Speaking of,
we all worked hard for these titles, but
we're
it's
missing a
fine.
leg of our trifecta.
I know.
Is that a way to-
Sure.
Maz is
Tripod?
not in studio today. That's what I was looking for,
That's
the
okay.
tripod. Something weird about calling ourselves
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't sound right.
But Maz is not here today. Maz is at home. He is in the suburbs somewhere. As we call on the Today Show, he's in upstate New York.
Upstate New York.
This is Tom from upstate New York. First time, long time. I'd like to talk about Aaron Boone's new contract, and I'm really upset about it. I'm really upset about Aaron Boone's new contract and what Brian Cash.
I think you have the wrong channel. That's sports radio. That's the Fan.
Oh, this isn't Mad Dog? This isn't Mad Dog?
In a way. In a way it is.
Damn it.
Can I call you Maz?
I need to talk about the Boone contract.
Maz Dog. It's Maz
Are you
Dog.
the guy that got salmonella poisoning at Yankee Stadium in about 2015?
I still got a beef with the Yankees about that, too.
You could probably, did you ever look into a lawsuit about that, Maz? You could have got some coin off that illness.
I should have. I would take like 1/1000th of Giancarlo Stanton's contract, that's for sure.
Some coin.
Even free tickets, maybe.
Mazzy, how you doing out there? You are so high profile, we will not disclose where you are.
Yeah, it'd be a shame.
Oh, thank you. The people would be descending on me like locusts.
Exactly. So we're going to keep you at an undisclosed location in upstate New York, but we miss you today.
I miss you guys. We had another, in the world we're living in 2021, had a little exposure to COVID. So I had to wait to get my test, got the test back. I'm good. I'm negative, all was well, but I was trying to be a considerate employee. and not come to work today.
That was nice.
That's some radical transparency, Mass. I didn't know if you were going to go there with what was going on.
You know what? This is the world we live in. It's just Today Show Confidential.
It's called Today Show Confidential. I will say, Maz, it was so weird for you not being there this morning, but you were still working, that you not coming out and sitting next to Jared and working on the open, it was like 6:20, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be upstairs.
Oh, you lost your time.
100%. I was just waiting for you to come over and sit down. Usually that's like my cue. Oh, I got to go up. That's when Hoda starts her crosstalk, so I need to be there in her ear.
6:20 is late. So you sprint up?
Sprinted up. Well, I'd take the elevator, but I did sprinted to the elevator, made it up.
That's
just
great.
in time.
Well, when you guys are apart, is it?
It hurts.
Yeah. Is it hard?
It does. Well, it's hard just because of the love, but it's also hard because we are also very much about the TikTok of the
It's
morning.
all,
right?
Maz and I are both very much creatures of habit. So to get
every
throw
minute
anything out of there
is scripted for you too.
100%.
Yeah.
I know that if I don't have so and so done by 6, it's going to affect everybody.
What people don't realize is morning shows really are all about time. It's all you think about is time. As soon as you wake up,
just gives me
to the moment the
pit in my
show's over,
stomach.
every minute
Correct.
is accounted for.
And it's like I always laugh because no matter what you're doing or what you haven't done, it still starts at 7, right? Like
100%.
There's nothing you can do about it. You can't push it back.
Maz, how was your experience listening? Could you hear us when we were introing you?
I couldn't hear anything.
Okay.
When you were doing it last week, I was listening to I don't even know, some other station, which was fantastic, but it was not us, so it wasn't as good.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, but you didn't miss anything. Jenna tracked the Open today.
Oh, that's very kind of her.
And she said our names very routinely, and then...
Oh, then she laid into me, Maz.
That's kind of par for the course, Pete.
She said, Pete Breen.
She did.
Which is what he demands now for radio appearances.
I don't demand it. It just kind of organically happens.
It does. It does.
I actually tracked something today. I actually did track something today, Libby.
What did you track today?
I'm hesitant to tell you because you'll take it away.
Nope.
The today, all day, behind the scenes for the morning.
Yes, well, we assigned that. We wanted you to do that.
I didn't realize I had to track something, but I got an email last night saying, can you track this spot? Maz, I did it in your office after the show today.
That's fantastic.
Wait, Pete, you said yes to tracking something?
I would love it if Maz came back and didn't know anything going on and looks in his office and Pete's in there tracking.
Really dramatically, waving my hands.
Maz has been gone for 12 hours. And Pete's in there tracking.
Like he's taking it over like he's broke off.
Yeah.
he's got a line of people out the door waiting for him.
He has a bust of himself.
I'm smoking for some reason.
Well, listen, this was a big week in Studio 1A, Mazzy. Katie Couric returned to Studio 1A.
She did, and I worked with Katie as a segment producer back in the day, and I think it's safe to say we all didn't necessarily know how it would go, right? I mean, she's a charming person and a part of the extended family, but her book has been a bit controversial to say the least. So we were kind of a little bit on pins and needles as to how it was going to play out.
I think it went great. It was really interesting to watch Savannah, one of the best to ever do it, interview Katie, arguably the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all up there, but
It's okay to say, yeah.
Katie was the foundation of the Today Show for 10 years.
For the right at the pinnacle of today, you could almost say, of morning TV when it was like at its peak.
And it was cool. I mean, as you said, the book was had a lot of tabloid press ahead of time, and this was the first time that Katie was speaking out about it. And I think they had a really thoughtful conversation. And Savannah worked hard on that interview and wanted to get to all the things that had sort of been buzzing out there. And Katie was really honest and out there. And that's the name of her book.
She's going there. That's right.
And it was cool. It was cool to see Today Show history, I thought, Mass.
It was nice to have her back. Like I said, she's part of the family. She established, we joke she's the Michael Jordan of morning television. So it's nice to have Michael Jordan back. And she was on the 7th. It was in the 7:30. She was on the 9, and she was on the 10. And we had to kind of figure out how we were going to divide and conquer with the amount of material in her book and where it was going to go and how we were going to do it. But it was nice that Savannah sort of took the lead because she tackled the toughest stuff.
She did. And it was fun to see Al interview her. They talked a lot about when Katie had the groundbreaking live colonoscopy on the air. I mean, that was historic. She interviewed President Bush live.
Which Jenna
impromptu.
did not bring up.
Yes, Jenna did not bring that up. And then in the 10, it was just a good conversation between Hoda, Jenna, and Katie. So we'd love to have her back. I got the pleasure. I was in the control room that morning, sandwiched between Pete and Maz.
That's right.
Watching two of the best to do it. Speaking of best to do it.
Oh my gosh.
At their craft.
Look at that. Well, you know what you got to see us do, Lib, is you got to see us move a lot of commercial time.
Oh my
I did.
God.
You moved a lot
We
of
did
commercial
of that this
time,
week.
but you made sure to show me where Grace and Lucas, our morning superstar producers, work. Maz was excited to show me the
Team Grukas
cave they work in because we're in a temporary location.
They're super high talented producers who have such input to the show and are necessary for so much of what happens in the morning, and we keep them tucked away in a little room in the back of the building.
We sure. And what do you call it? The glass cage of emotion?
Pretty much.
That's
we call
what
them
Lucas
Team
said.
Grukas.
Okay.
Grace and Lucas.
The best part about it, Pete, was I said to Libby, I said, well, let me tell you where Grace and Lucas sit. And she goes, oh, and she's walking towards the other control room. I'm like, no. They're not in there. They're around here. And it's like that labyrinth into that back room. And she's like, oh, my God, this is where they are? I'm like, yep.
Yeah, and then I asked them how they were doing, and they said, not great.
It was a tense morning. Not tense morning, but it was just
a lot.
It was a lot. And I will say that, Maz, you're of the three of us, you're the only one who worked at Today when she was there. And
she as Katie.
She being Katie. Mm-hmm. And for me, I even said it going into in the morning, I was very conscious of how much of a weight this was on Savannah, because it really was. Like that was a lot to do for someone who currently works at Today, who respects Katie, but has some very tough questions to ask. So that was weighing on me. But more than anything, even though I was sitting there in, part of the show, I felt like a viewer watching it because I was so invested. Like, how is this going to go? Morning TV has been such a part of my life. Watching Katie in the morning when I was, in college and
we all
high
did.
school, it was. I was watching like I was not working for the show, but as a viewer. It really felt that way.
The control room, I love those mornings when you can hear a pin drop in the control room.
Nobody said a word.
Nobody said a word, listening to every answer. And what was really funny was later on in the 10, Savannah watched Hoda and Jenna interview Katie, and she said, wow, that was captivating. And I said, yeah, it was like when we were watching your interview. Right. She understood the feeling.
Like that thing you just did a couple hours ago.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, that was a big start to the week. It was good to have Katie back. And then it pivoted quickly to a dog from TikTok fame.
Noodle the dog.
That is Today Show 101 for you.
It was that was the same day, wasn't it? No,
that was Tiny Mom. Maz, how did you describe Tiny Mom?
Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
Her real name was Tiny Mom, and I called her Big Mom. No, Little Mom.
Little Mom.
And the big twins.
Little Mom with the big twins.
Horrific. And as soon as I said it, Pete giggled like a fourth grader.
Well, Holly came up to do notes from the boss, and Maz was just riffing on Little Mom with big kids.
Little Mom with the big twins. And then he mentioned how I was giggling. My wife heard it, and she's like, you two are idiots.
Oh, she heard it? Oh, my gosh. That's so funny. Well, so, yeah, it was a big TikTok famous week because Tiny Mom is famous on TikTok also.
TikTok's taking over everybody. That's the lesson for today.
So tell me how Noodles came about.
Maz, you want to take that one?
Sure. It came up in one of me. Karen Frossett, our fantastic senior producer of the 8 o'clock. She was talking about how this dog Noodle had taken over the internet, and that this dog has this thing where every morning Noodle would get up and its owner would decide whether if Noodle fell over, then it's a no bones day, and but if Noodle stood up, it was a bones day, and people were basing their days on like whether it was going to be a good day or bad day on this dog Noodle. But as she was trying to tell it, and no one had really seen it because we're not like TikTok consumers in that way, and so we're just like, what are you talking about, Karen? And then slowly but surely, there were more and more people who were like, no, you have to do this dog. And then it became a booking battle, by the way. Noodle the dog was a booking battle.
Well,
it always is.
Didn't Steve Thode, our longtime overnight producer, send us an email that somebody tweeted that was the greatest segment in the 70-year history of the Today Show?
70-year history of the show. It was considered. So Jen Long, who's one of our great producers, a star producer as well, she was on vacation and came back to do the Noodle the Dog segment. That's how into it she was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She was on vacation.
Oh, wow. She came back from vacation for Noodle.
For Noodle the Dog.
Wow. Well, what was
it was good, and it turned out to be a good thing because we put Noodle on the air, and Noodle behaved, and it was a bones day, which meant it was a good day.
Oh, okay. There
Yeah.
you go. Well, I liked how that was explained for those of us that weren't exactly familiar with it. I think we did a good job setting that up.
It was a little confusing. And I know you did this too, Maz. I kept calling it Bones the dog, but it was Noodle the dog, who was Bones or no Bones.
And I'm like, Noodles was on.
And then, right, and we're all a little confused. That's how dorky we are.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back! Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go.
International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable. What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
But Maz, tell me what happened when you told your daughter we were having noodle on.
I was trying to be the cool dad and just sort of be like, yeah, look, we've got this TikTok sensation on. And I was like, I'm always sort of taking the temperature of the teenage girl. Like, do they have a clue what we're talking about? And they're like, yeah, no, we know noodle. And my one daughter was like, yeah, but that's kind of old. I'm like, how old is it? She's like, like a week.
A week?
Yeah.
So
Which is old, by the way. Now.
Is
By the way,
TikTok
for
moving
a
on
teenage
now?
girl,
No, just that thing on TikTok. Like there's
it's
probably been
something-
3 more viral things since then.
That's the point, Pete. Right? It's like something has surpassed it within 12 hours on TikTok as the rage, and this was like 5 days ago the rage. But it's only slowly making its way to sort of mainstream knuckleheads like you and me and Lib that we finally got. It finally got
Me
to us.
and you and Liv.
Maz is like, hey kids, have you heard about the Harlem Shake? It's hilarious.
The Macarena. There's this thing called the Macarena.
Has anyone done the Dougie? Oh, boy. Well, Maz, I think the TikTok, if I'm not mistaken, the TikTok video from our show with Noodle on it has over 1 million views.
Jeez.
It does. It is a thing. It is. I read something as well too, because I was trying to follow it on TikTok as well, and there were all these people thanking us for doing it, and it just made me laugh. Thank you for giving. Thank you for. I had a good day because it was a good Bones day, and I'm like, there was literally nothing to it. The dog came in and stood up, and you're basing your day on that. This is ridiculous.
So you think we contributed to people's good days?
Well, they were saying that, so we'll take it, but I think it's a little absurd. It might be a little absurd.
Here's the deal, though. We all know that things aren't great for many people for many reasons, and any little sort of thing you can sort of grab onto that makes you feel good, why not?
Things aren't great is such a Pete thing. Things are not great.
There's a lot going on, and if you can have a little happiness in your morning because of a dog that stands up that day, I'll take it.
Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you some great news.
Oh, I can't wait.
Today's show, Confidential,
this broadcast
is going to be available on streaming starting October 25th.
Get out of town.
Well, I don't know the exact drop date for us, but all of our serious shows will be on the stream next week. So Hoda probably is first.
This is, by the way, I just love, I was looking at you in awe there, Libby, because you just said the phrase, the drop date and streaming unironically and just flowed right out of your mouth.
Who am I?
If she dropped a platform, that would have been like the threefer. She dropped platform in that. It would have been all over. There would have been something dinging in there. Ding, 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 ding.
I was trying to play to both of your egos because that means your face is going to be out there. Really, for the first time.
I'm going to have to go on a Pete Breen-like diet between now and the 25th.
It's wellness journey, and you look great, Maz. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I had a fan text me, how much weight has Tom Mazzarelli lost? I said, you're talking about Pete Breen. They're not the same person. But it is all
wellness journey.
It is all the rage, Pete, your weight loss.
Well, it's been a journey.
It has been a journey. You just said journey unironically.
Right.
But guys, I'm excited to see how we cut together on the stream.
As I've mentioned now several times, I really feel like this is going to do super well.
I will man and claims people ask about when the shows will be on the stream.
Yeah. You doubt it. I think that's right. I also feel like we're going to look at a time of our lives that was pre-streaming and post-streaming.
We really
and
are.
it's when we're lighting cigars with $50 bills.
Yes.
And making it rain at like a Starbucks.
Well, I have a question because we do take callers when we're live on Today Show Confidential. Yeah. If you could see any part of the Today Show sort of rebroadcast on the stream, like what parts would you want to see? Because we can make these decisions. Tell me what your favorite... All 4 hours. Tell me what your favorite segment is. Your favorite
like
series.
A recurring streaming
I would
series
love to know what
do?
people would be able to watch and expand upon on the stream.
We got a lot of hours to fill on that stream.
We do. And for example, if you love Pop Start, would you want to see more Pop Start?
Okay.
Because that might be coming.
Yes, the answer to that is yes, because you know what? There is more Pop Start on Pop Start Plus, Libby.
Ooh, that's a good one. I was going to save that, but that's good. No,
Sorry.
I'm not. I'm kidding. That's great.
We've been recording.
855-355-4789. We know you want to see more of us on the stream. That's obvious. So anything beyond that,
in addition to us,
it can be new ideas too. Hoda should do an interview show with J-Lo. I mean, who knows?
That's a great idea, Lib.
Right? Holly could produce it.
Yeah.
Right? Hoda's podcast is going to be on the stream also. So we're just sort of putting everything we're doing in that content world out there.
Hoda loves doing that podcast.
Yeah, tell me about that because it's a limited series right now, but we may extend it.
I think you'd be crazy not to. She's so excited about it. She comes in and tells me the day after she records it.
She loves it?
How much because usually I'm one of the first people from the show she's talking to in the morning, and we have our call to go over the rundown. And if it's like she just goes all into it.
You might be the first human she talks to.
One of, for sure. One of, yeah.
Does she call from the car or does she call from the
I give her a
office?
call. She's usually getting her, I can hear the blow dryer. She's getting her hair.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes it's hard to hear or for her to hear me go over the rundown. But yeah, she gets she's so into it. It's cool to see.
No,
like
that's
someone
great.
who's that excited about
Well, it's
something.
nice. I mean, what we do on the show every day is hard and it can become routine in some ways. And I think just new things are always exciting to have.
Yeah.
Right?
There's a lot of platforms now, Lib. As
Hey,
you
Maz,
know.
you still awake out there in the
We
suburbs?
got you.
I am here. I didn't want it's hard. I'm just like a caller. I'm a guest caller today. I'm not I'm not in the thing. I don't want to step on anyone.
Who do you think is going to win the World Series?
Oh man, the Braves are playing well. I would like to see Atlanta or the Dodgers win because I don't want either the Red Sox or the Astros because I'm a Yankee fan. But that's why I'm gonna leave in a few minutes and go to Mad Dog and start talking about that over there.
Maz, before you go, I know something we can talk about this week. That's really going to captivate viewers, listeners.
Yeah, go ahead.
Breaking news at 8:05 in the morning.
Oh, yeah, that was a big morning.
It was a big morning. Possibly the worst time for news to break?
Well, I would say anywhere between, say, 7:30 and 8:45 is just not good for us because it happens in the middle of the show, and we have to then figure out how to fix it for the other feeds. And that was the day that Colin Powell passed away.
Yep.
Also, a story that, to be brutally honest, a lot of times we get tips if some big names or world leaders are sort of, on the verge of perhaps passing away. We have a little sense of it. We had zero sense of that at all.
Yeah, this one came out of nowhere, didn't it?
It really did.
Yeah.
We were even in the control room. We saw a note from our boss Noah about the Powell news, and we kind of looked around. We're like, what is he talking about? No clue what was happening.
We were Googling Powell. Someone's like, well, Jerome Powell.
You were Googling Jerome, everything, right?
Yeah, the whole deal. We were trying to figure it out, and then I looked up. CNN they clearly had been tipped off from somebody in the family. That's generally what happens, and they broadcast it first. And then what happens is you can't just go, just for people listening at home, you can't just then go up and say Colin Powell is dead. So you have to get it verified by your own news organization. So that ended up taking like 8-10 minutes to get that done.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was rough.
And how did you end up fixing for the later feeds?
We went live with what would have aired at 8:10 to 8:25 on the East Coast. We went live for it in Central, so at 9:20, 9:10.
We just went live.
We went live with the whole gang, and then that played on the later feeds.
Did you put the 9 o'clock upstairs?
Yes.
Yes.
The control room. And then we went live at 10 o'clock for the West Coast with the new Powell information.
And what did you do about Hoda?
Hoda, it was Savannah and Craig who did the update.
That came up last week on Today's Show Confidential, Matt.
Yeah.
What do you do about Hoda?
It did. Although we did tape, Pete. Remember we taped
that's
the
right.
show with Hoda.
We had a
We
little
got
bit
her
of
in
top.
where
That's
she
right.
sort of does her thing at the top, and then we move on with Savannah and Craig doing it together. We had that question from a listener in Georgia, and I remember sort of describing kind of worst case scenarios, what happens live during a show, and then guess what? It happened.
Yep.
There you go. Well, that's what we do, right? We're designed to cover breaking news.
Yeah.
And you guys pivoted quickly.
Can I also say a weird thing to be totally confidential about how news organizations run? Obits are a prepared thing. A lot of people know this already. For many people who, you know, that even if they're not going to pass away shortly, they're such a big name that if something happens, you want to have some tape ready that you can go to. And I would have thought, Maz, that Colin Powell would have certainly been near the top of that list.
We didn't have an obit for him?
There was there was not a prepared obit. There was one in the works that was
Oh,
not completed.
geez.
Right.
That's how
Right. There was one
surprising
that
it
has
was.
That's how surprising
there
it
was
was.
one that was supposed to have been sort of worked on, I think, in the past few months, but no one had the sense that there was any urgency to it.
Yeah.
So we were, we were thinking, going through the list, Pete, afterwards, and we're like, how did these people make it ahead of Colin Powell?
You don't want to say who, but there's something. I was just screaming out random names like, how is there this guy and not Colin Powell?
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go.
International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable. What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, everybody. How are you all? I've listened to you for quite some time, and I watch the show every day. And I was just wondering, do you have any plans to bring back the dogs that you used to raise?
Oh, our Puppies with a Purpose?
Oh, we love Puppies with a Purpose. Pete, I don't know, do we?
I don't think we have any immediate plans. I think COVID sort of got in the way with that a lot between people who can be here and how often we can have those segments. But Maz might know the answer better than I do.
Maz got hung up on.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
I got hung up on. So we don't have the technology.
I hope that there's any way that you guys could do it again. I'm sure that was so popular, but there's so
It
many
was.
people that need service dogs, and
Yep.
there's so many other places that they can visit up in Boston. Every hospital has a
Yep.
bunch of therapy dogs, and they're such a savior to so many people.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. We should bring that up. We know for certain, Maria, that whenever we do any segment on pets,
Yeah.
whether it be Puppies with a Purpose or Noodle, the
Noodle.
TikTok dog,
Yeah, all
everybody
those
loves
guys.
pets and talking about them, so that's a good one. How is Boston today? Good
Yeah,
weather?
where are you from in Boston?
Oh, I live in a southwest suburb of Boston, and it's 73 degrees
I know,
and
it's hot.
sunny, and the leaves are falling. And
Southwest
yeah,
suburb.
it's a little
What-
warm.
what
little
town?
warm for October. A town called Walpole.
Walpole, sure. I know Walpole.
Maria, anytime Pete can do
No.
a Boston accent, since he's from Duxbury, he does
Duxbury.
it.
I'm from Duxbury.
Okay.
Well, thank you
South
for
Shore,
calling.
South Shore.
Thanks for watching the show. And we will take Puppies with a Purpose under consideration again.
Yeah, we
Thanks
should.
so
Have a
much.
great
Have
day.
a great day, guys.
I know that other people have brought that up too. That was such a
They
huge
have.
segment with all our dogs. People love them, but it had. I mean, right now it's still. We're doing so well in the show. It feels like we're close to normal. You know, we've got cooking back in. We've got concert acts. We've got celebrity guests and other guests coming in. We're not quite at 100% yet, so it doesn't feel like now is the time. But once it is that, you know, once we're back to 100%, I think that's a conversation.
Pete, we had
worth having.
Wrangler and
We had Charlie. We had
Charlie.
Wrangler, and we had
I don't remember Charlie.
yeah, Charlie. Charlie was actually right before.
Wrangler?
It was Wrangler, then Charlie, and then
Charlie.
we had Charlie.
Did we?
No, that was
Oh.
the second one. Wrangler was the first. Then it was Charlie, and then our third one.
What was our third one? That,
oh my God!
that
How can
Paxson always had around.
Sonny?
Sonny?
Yes.
Here's where I start to really worry about
Memory and
Yeah.
cognitive abilities.
Sonny.
Yeah, it was Wrangler was first.
I mean, the thing is, Wrangler is the one that I just always
that
comes
was
to
the
mind,
that
'cause
was the
name
first
is so
one.
distinctive.
Sonny. A great joke that somebody said was, for some reason the breeder, the dog's name had to begin with a W.
Okay.
And someone suggested we name it Ratings with a W. Since clearly that's what we were going for.
Did you suggest that?
No, but I laughed very hard at it.
I'm
Then
currently Googling Charlie Today Show.
Here's the deal. Another Today Show confidential insider note. Charlie was the dog when Savannah was pregnant.
There's
with Charlie.
Charlie. Okay, I just did not. I really blanked on Charlie.
And then Sonny was our third one.
Okay.
We've had three. We
and then
we will definitely have another.
When you Google it, this is so Today Show. When Sonny met Charlie.
Yeah, there you go. Moment captured for Insta and
Welcome,
all other
Sonny.
platforms.
So Sonny was a black lab?
No, Charlie was a black lab. Wrangler was a yellow lab.
Yeah, I knew that.
And Sonny, I think, was also yellow. More yellow than was Wrangler, I believe.
Okay, yeah, because we've got Charlie holding up a sign
Yeah,
that says,
Charlie
"Welcome, Sonny."
was black lab. They're all great dogs.
We really, I could have, if you had said, I'll pay you $1 million, you say yes or no, did we have a dog named Charlie? I
Charlie
would've
is
said
a
no.
real, that's not living in your brain anywhere. Still, even after seeing Charlie.
No, it doesn't have any resonance whatsoever. But
Wow.
sorry, Charlie.
Sorry, Charlie. Hey, very good.
I was working on the news part of the show during that period, Pete. Not the whole comprehensive caboodle.
I know. Isn't it funny how wide-ranging the Today Show is?
It is. And what you can, I remember, we've talked about this before, but when, I think it was Conan interviewing David Letterman.
Yeah.
When they were saying how, because you do a daily show, there's so many things that you
don't
just can't remember.
Well, you know who says that a lot? It's funny. Is we'll be doing a spot on a celebrity. Maybe it is an obituary,
Yeah.
or maybe it's like an iconic celebrity, and there'll be a clip of Al talking to that person
Yeah.
from something, and without it fail,
Yeah.
Al goes, "I don't remember that at all."
Savannah does that all the time. This is my favorite Savannah story. She goes into the makeup room when Hoda was going to be interviewing Jessica Simpson.
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, Hoda, you've got Jessica Simpson. It's such a great interview. It'd be great to meet her. It'd be so good. And it'd be exciting. I've never met her before." Hoda said to Savannah, "Oh, I was just watching your interview with her the last time she was on the show." She didn't have a recollection of meeting her.
Oh my God.
Doing the interview. No idea.
When you're doing it every day, you really can easily, everything can slip away.
I'll
for
tell you
sure.
what, Savannah remembers interviewing Trump during the town hall.
Yeah.
That's a memory.
Sure. Katie this week.
Katie this week. She'll remember those really
Yeah, the super high profile
ones.
ones that she loves too, like when she met Duran Duran, that was a
Duran
big one.
Duran, that was super high profile.
Well, for her it was.
She did Boris Johnson this year.
Yep.
That was big for the year. I mean, whenever you interview a head of state, that's a big one.
Yeah.
But no, it's hard to remember. If I said to you, Pete, what did we lead with yesterday?
Oh, yesterday?
I mean, COVID's a good guess. But...
It is a good guess, but no, yesterday was it was.
See,
I don't remember. I really don't remember.
Tough. I'm just proving the point.
Yeah.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So, Pete,
yeah.
Here's some Today Show Confidential.
Ooh.
You are planning where you're going to be napping in the building today.
That's
because we are going to a goodbye party for Zoe Marcus, one of our beloved colleagues who is heading to a new job, and we're having a goodbye party for her tonight.
It's a big deal if I'm in the city past 3 p.m.
It's a huge deal. Zoe is one of our favorites, and we are turning it out for her tonight.
Oh, and turn it up.
But that means you have to nap in the building.
Yeah,
and
not a
I have
problem.
been trying to convince you, this is what we're talking about in the breaks. He said he can't wait to take a nap in Maz's office.
Right.
I said, which is fine. The couch is fine.
The problem is it's
But-
a small couch.
Right. And so I said, go to Savannah's office. The couch is comfortable. I know she has pillows and blankets in there. Just get in there.
I have no doubt that I know Savannah has a nicer couch than Maz. But
She definitely does.
I don't know. I just feel more comfortable sleeping on Maz's couch.
Okay. Well, we were worried.
It's like my buddy. You know what I mean? Like I'm crashing at my buddy's pad for a little bit.
Yeah, well, he did just say that he loved you on air.
And I him.
Yeah, and I am. Speaking of Savannah, she had a big interview with Gwyneth Paltrow this week.
She sure did. I like the dynamic between the two of them because it's almost like a comedy routine where she's the straight man, but she's in on the joke about how like repressed she is compared to Gwyneth, who will say anything and everything concerning the human body and what can be done
Gwyneth
with it
is out there,
and to it.
But I laughed because Savannah did repeatedly keep bringing up that Gwyneth was turning 49.
Yeah, I know, right?
And finally, Gwyneth said, "You keep bringing that up."
Yeah, right. And we all know why.
Well, Savannah's particularly focused because she turns 50 this year. Wow. 50. Pete, how far away are you from 50?
Several years.
Actually, I'm going to pivot to the question.
What?
So 855-355.
You're coming up with a new question?
Yeah, I am
All right.
actually.
She's good at this, on the fly with these questions.
No, I want to know. Those of you out there that have hit 50 or approaching 50 or even after 50, what's your best advice as you approach that milestone?
You are good, Lib.
Well, It's true, and it happens to be authentic. I would be curious.
855-355-4789. So, yeah, it's clearly on Savannah's mind because she did bring it up with Gwyneth several times.
It is. And why is that number? Because I saw Gwyneth's face also when she said it the second time kind of go, yep. When you hear 49, it must just feel...
Well, okay. I am
hard.
46. So I will say this. This is the first time where I've had a birthday when I turned 46.
Yep.
Where people... even early 40s, people are like, oh, yeah. Like, that is the sentiment.
Young.
Like, yeah, 46. Oh. It just becomes a flat O. Like, you're closer to 50. I feel like 50 nowadays is a lot different than 50 was when we were growing up.
Don't you feel like every generation says that?
Yeah,
though?
but I think you have to.
Okay.
I will also say this. When I turned 40, turning the year where you're 39 before you're 40, the build-up is much bigger than the actual turning of the date. Like, once you're 40, it's like, who cares?
Doesn't 39 sound so young?
Oh, sounds fantastic.
It sounds so young when you say that.
But I remember being 39 thinking, I can't believe I'm going to be 40. Oh, you're thinking about it, and you're dreading it, and you're looking forward to it, and then it happens, you're like, oh, it's just another day. It's not a big deal. Probably the same thing when you're 49 going to 50, right?
Yeah, no, that is true. But 46 is an O. I'm turning 43 next month, and that's a definite O.
It's a prime number.
43 is just a really unremarkable birthday.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, oh,
it's the same as so is 46.
You know in Wayne's World when they go, oh, we're in Delaware.
Oh, I'm 43.
That's how I feel. It's just like, oh, I'm 43.
It does
There's
mark
nothing to say. 3
years from one of the best parties I've ever been to.
Oh, my 40th?
Yeah.
Thank you, Pete.
It was greatest.
Yeah, it was a fun party.
Still an epic night.
It was.
Still telling stories about that night.
It was. We still look at pictures from that night.
Every once in a while, we'll just thumb through them. We still have pictures of that in my house on a thing.
The funny is, it was, first of all, it was like, we haven't really done anything because it's been the pandemic. So it feels like
it was a less.
If there had been other events in between, we might not think about it as much, but there haven't.
No.
And the best is the just assortment of people in the pictures and
really
what they were wearing.
It was a Sgt. Pepper's cover.
Maz looked like a beat cop from the 70s.
Maz with a mustache. It looked so natural. Maz didn't look like Maz. But he didn't look like a character. He looked like a real guy.
He did. He did.
But not Maz.
Like he was about to hit the streets in the East Village
and
round some
theme,
people up.
we should mention, the theme was late 70s. The year you're born.
1978.
78.
It was 78 glamour.
And Maz really went for it with his mustache.
Didn't really meet.
I was dressed like a yacht captain. Which is glamorous. They had yachts in the late 70s.
I am convinced that any costume party we have, no matter what the theme from now until, let's say, the next decade, you will wear that.
It's hanging up prominently in my closet, ready to go.
Well, we are getting some callers. The question at hand is advice as you approach 50 and what to think about.
Am I reading this right? For this next caller?
Yeah, do we still have that open? Okay, here we go.
Everybody, drink it in.
It's Cindy from Buffalo.
Say, hey, Sin. What's up? Is this really Cindy from Buffalo?
It is in the flesh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. I'm breathing a sigh of relief because it's been a long, long time since we've heard from you, Cindy.
It has been a long time and many pounds off of you, I understand, Pete.
Well, listen, I look fantastic, but that's neither here nor there.
I know. I want to Google a picture of you now. I'm so excited for you. I'm really proud of you.
You're pretending like you haven't, but that's fine. Cindy,
what? I haven't. I need to.
What brings you back?
Well, I just was like, oh my gosh, it's Thursday and it's 1 o'clock. I have to call. It's been 2 years or something?
It has. I mean, that's so
has.
crazy. We didn't really do anything live during the pandemic, which is crazy.
Yeah.
No.
Did you start listening recently again, or?
You know what? I've definitely been listening on and off, but my life has been a little crazy. My third child is about to go off to college.
Oh, wow.
She's in
Congrats.
the whole
That's great.
college discovery phase and her senior year. So I'm feeling very old, hence back to the 50 and over. I am 52, so I'm on the other side.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've been talking about that. What do you have for us?
Well, I have to say, Libby, that your neck betrays you. It really does. Your skin decides that it is going to go south and it is going to start sagging. So Libby, on your, and you too, Pete, of course, because I know you want to be pretty forever.
Yeah.
You've got to address the neck skin. That's just where it's at.
Okay, you know what's so funny? So we had
How does that work?
There's an executive at NBC News named Elena Nachmanoff who has mentored generations of correspondents and producers. Elena's been a mentor of mine. And we were on a train to D.C. once. This was probably 5 to 10 years ago. And she said, my only advice for you is to make sure you're putting lotion on the décolletage. That's your neck and your kind of here, right?
Yes.
And I remember
Nora Ephron
thinking, okay, that sounds crazy, but okay. But I always think of her when I put cream on my neck.
There you go. You think of her once a day.
Yeah.
Well, yes. And sunblock on your hands and your décolleté. Very, very important. If you have sunblock in your face, do your neck, your décolleté, and your hands. Like I keep sunblock in my car to do my hands every day.
What is the proper way to say it? Is it décolleté?
You're looking at the wrong guy. I didn't even know it was a word until about 2 minutes ago.
Halls? Décolletage?
I just call it the southern neck.
Okay, the southern neck. But that is actually the best advice, I think. I mean, what other than that? I mean, who cares? Just have a great neck.
Great neck.
Who cares?
I like that. I'm going to start saying that. She's a great lady. Great neck.
I honestly just think it's about accepting the skin you're in and saying, you know what? I am blessed. I am lucky. I'm grateful to be here. And I'm just going to make every day as good as it can be. And I'm going to tell the people I love them, because you never know how long we have. And
that is so true.
Staying positive is the way to be. So that's my advice.
Some classic Cindy from Buffalo right there.
Cindy, you are you're a national treasure. At
Cindy,
least
I was getting worried. We this is probably like our third or fourth call-in show, and you hadn't. I was like going to start Googling myself to make sure, but it's kind of random. There's probably several Cindys from Buffalo, but I'm glad that you're well.
Well,
yes, Cindy will email me from time to time and say, make sure Pete and Maz are okay.
Yes,
you do.
I care about you guys.
I know.
Absolutely. Yes. I know how hard you work, and your hours are crazy. So I just have to say, I just admire you all, and thanks for entertaining us. It's fun to hear the behind the scenes, and of course, Holly's so awesome, and of course,
she's
Brian and
fantastic.
So,
yeah, Holly is the best, and we gave Holly a lot of love last week. I'm not sure if you heard. I'm not sure I'm up for it again.
No, she knows where she stands.
Well, it's
Holly's
funny because a long time
great lady, great neck.
Well, a long time ago. Yes, great neck. Well, when Dawn was still in charge many years ago, I remember calling in at one point, and they said, "Okay, which one of the anchors would you like to have lunch with?" And I called in and I said, I really want to have lunch with Holly. She seems like such a great gal. And I said, you need to give her a raise. And I think she's risen in the ranks since then. So I was like a harbinger of things to come.
Wow. Yeah. So you have a good spot for, you can spot talent.
Yeah, there you go. And she has.
Spot talent.
Cindy, so just a plug for Western New York. We are hitting the stream next week. So tell your friends today.com at 1 o'clock we're actually airing on Fridays, right? The day after. But anyway, so today.com is where our stream is. You could do today.com/all-day. And we're putting all of our serious shows online for everybody to see. I just want to give a plug. Off the Rails, Happy Hour, Hoda's show, our show. It's going to be fun.
Absolutely. I am very excited. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be possible without our friends at SiriusXM.
Cindy, you've been threatening it for years. When are you going to come down to the plaza and say hello?
I know. I definitely need to do that.
Like you said, life's too short.
I will let you guys know. I will let you know. But I do have to say, though, like on a milestone birthday, getting back to that really quickly, like on my 40th, we had a fantastic party with all of my friends from different stages of my life, and we had a weekend. And then my 50th, my husband surprised me and brought me to New York City, and we stayed at the Carlisle and did all the amazing restaurants, and it was so fun. Yeah, we had a piano in our suite, so I will never forget
that's pretty
that.
The Carlisle is a classic New York treasure.
Yes. And
just like you, Lib.
Food and all the wonderful restaurants. Yes, just like you. So plan ahead for these big birthdays, guys. Make them special because you get one go around, right?
Yeah, well, thank you, Cindy. Call back every week. We love hearing from you.
Yeah, Cindy. Always a pleasure.
Okay, be well.
Bye.
Take care.
Hugs to all. Bye.
Honestly, I feel...
I should have given her the update that David Schwimmer and I didn't work out. That's the last time we've talked to Cindy.
Oh, God.
Do you remember that?
I will never forget that.
That definitely didn't pan out.
Happen.
Not only did it not happen, it didn't even remotely happen.
No, it didn't. It wasn't meant to be.
No, it wasn't meant to be.
You and Schwimmer. You and Hollywood's David Schwimmer.
People were giving me advice.
Oh, my God,
tell them about your favorite Friends episode. I don't think that would have worked out well.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that funny? Well, it's good to hear Sin.
Yeah, I'm glad she's well. Honestly, I was concerned.
She sounds great. And Cindy sounds so young. I can't imagine her being 50,
Remember, wasn't her whole deal like she dated the bassist from Slayer or something like that?
Something like that. No, we would always laugh because anything we'd talk about, she would have some connection to.
Yeah, she did, right.
We would say, Bon Jovi's on the show.
Yeah, I was in the jacuzzi with Elon Musk just a couple of weeks ago.
Jacuzzi with Elon Musk. Oh, that's pretty good. Well, it's good to hear from our old-time fans.
Yeah.
855-355-4789. What advice do you have as you hit 50? I mean, you could be 32 and tell us that you don't even have to think about that right now.
Any milestone birthday, really.
I'm turning 43. Pete's already 46. We're in the 40s malaise.
Yes, I think that's probably true.
I actually think, Pete, you've probably never looked better.
Well, I don't know. I look pretty awesome in my... No, thank you, Liv.
Well, let's say in the last decade.
For sure. I feel and look fantastic.
I think so. Well, Holly's giving us the man in rap sign. Yeah. But give us a call, 855-355-4789. I'll call it out again, and we'll take your head into 50 advice on today's show, Confidential.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just made too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Remember last week when I didn't know we were on the air?
That was amazing.
That was amazing. Let's go, if we can take some callers, Hall.
Yeah.
We're going to do Maggie from Connecticut. Hi, Maggie.
Hi. Hi, how are you guys?
What's up, Mags?
Not much. How are you?
Never better.
We are good. We are analyzing the age of 50 today and what to know.
Well, I just turned 60 this summer.
60?
Okay.
And it's amazing. Life gets better as we age, just like fine wine.
Yep.
Keep that in mind. And cheese. And, 50 is just a number. You got to remember that. I remember being younger and looking at my mom who was 50. They carried themselves in a different way.
They did, right?
They were more put together. Their hair was done. They always had the apron on and being
so true.
All those good Leave It to Beaver things. Today at 50, at 60, my best friends are my kids, although I still am the parent. And you do things differently. You got to keep moving, keep the body moving, and it'll keep going. I'm an avid kayaker. I love to kayak. in the ocean as well. And you just got to keep doing things. Your mind will put you where you want to be. If you want to feel old, you're going to be old. You become it.
That's
you're
right.
in control of your own life, so you make it work for you.
Maggie, are you available for Hoda's next podcast?
Or your own podcast.
It's so true. I mean, we are, it's our choice how we live our life, and
It
what
is.
we believe in. So I
Amen.
think, like I said, it's just a number. My hair, I let it go gray, and all my friends follow me now, going gray, and you just got to look well put together.
That's awesome,
There you
Maggie.
go.
Well, you're a
In your body.
trailblazer. You should see our faces right now. We are
We're drinking it in, man.
we are drinking it in.
No. Well, I'm glad you're happy. But, it's really surreal, and it gets better. The sex
That's
gets
awesome.
better with your husband.
What?
Everything.
We weren't-
I don't know if I could say that.
Well,
we can.
you can say it.
Go
I mean,
ahead.
we
Fantastic.
had Savannah and Gwyneth started there this morning, so we might as well just keep it going today.
I know. I've seen them. So that's really good. You'll
Well,
enjoy it.
Thank you for calling,
All right.
Maggie. You're an inspiration. Have a great day.
I'm looking forward to 60.
You as well. Thanks so much for everything. You put a smile on everyone's face.
Oh, thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Why don't we do Rhonda from Illinois,
I'm going to
Pete?
take up kayaking, I think. Yeah. Rhonda.
You're aging like a fine wine.
Thank you. Jeez.
Hi, Rhonda.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Did you happen to hear anything that Maggie from Connecticut said?
I did. I heard
Okay.
a little bit of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of good advice there. What do you have for us, Rhonda?
Great if Rhonda's like, it's bull.
Well, first of all, I'm very excited that Cindy called in, too, because I've been listening since
Rhonda.
you guys started the show. So I've been a long-time listener, and I wondered where she was at as well.
Yeah, we were wondering what happened to her.
Same, Rhonda.
But my advice is I'm 46, but I have a lot of friends turning 50, and so I'm invited on a lot of getaway trips.
Yeah.
Well, I happened to go on this getaway trip, so just be careful on what you sign yourself up for and what's happening, because my girlfriends and I took a trip to Napa, so talk about fine wine, and had an amazing experience, went to the French Laundry, and I guess somebody wasn't getting enough attention. It wasn't the birthday girl. But when we got back to the house we rented, this lady went off the rails. She went crazy.
Oh, my gosh.
A little hangover situation?
I mean, it was before the hangover. I'm
Okay.
sure she had a day, but she proceeded to want to ruin everyone else's trip.
Oh, no.
She
Listen.
literally screamed at the top of her lungs like a crazy tiger or lion. she just went crazy.
Hey, Pete, when a bunch of women get together, just
can't wait.
get out of the way.
Have a lot of wine. Yes, exactly. So
So I guess your advice is
any of these people.
Yeah,
any of these two with the birthday girl.
I'm assuming Rhonda's assuming that the crazy lady from this party does not listen to Today Show Confidential.
No.
Even if she is, she knows who she is.
Oh.
Does she regret it, or is she
knows who
fine
she is.
with her decisions?
She was very fine with her decision,
Wow.
which blew me away.
Is she still in the friend group?
She is not.
There you go.
She was never my friend, but
Got
she's
it.
no longer friends with my friend who turned 50. But
I can't wait to see this on Netflix.
Rhonda bringing the me out in Today Show Confidential.
I love it.
Have a good day. Keep listening.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Pete and I have this joke, Holly, that we watch SNL and we're SNL fans. And when Fred Armisen and Vanessa Bayer did a sketch where they were best friends and they would take on different eras.
Right.
And that felt like
It did.
So when they would talk about Gaddafi,
Right.
they were Libyan
And Pete.
residents.
Right.
I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly.
Right.
But
Oh, I
anyway,
thought you said Libya. Yeah.
it was one of those things where Rhonda, it's like, oh, we went to a 50th birthday party. The thing is, there was a crazy girl. Can you explain this better? I'm not
No,
explaining it.
it's two good friends talking about another friend and how great that person is. But the thing about that person is, and then they just go off and whisper for a while about how crazy and how
Pete
bad
and
they
I
are.
pretty much do it every day, all day long.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it's nice. Don't get me wrong.
The thing about me and Libby is we're jerks.
Yeah. We might talk about you. I mean, it happens.
But we love you. You're great. You're great. No, they're great.
They're great.
All right.
So we
Speaking
got to
of great.
wrap. It was great to have Maggie from Connecticut,
Yeah.
Rhonda, Cindy, everybody. Thanks for calling in. Happy Thursday. Join us next week.
Happy Monday to all of you joining us on Today All Day. I'm Joe Fryer. I'm filling in for Carson here on Popstar Plus. Excited to bring you all kinds of entertainment news and interviews all week. Today on our show, we have a conversation that will get you in the holiday spirit. We spoke with the cast of Love Hard, a new Netflix romantic comedy out now. And later, we have a special memory from our Today Vault to mark a major Harry Potter anniversary. Up first, though, here's your pop star. First up, Sarah Jessica Parker. This morning, the actress is opening up about the eagerly anticipated new Sex and the City reboot. In an interview with Vogue, she takes aim at harsh comments made about her and her co-stars and what she sees as a double standard for women. Morgan Radford is here with details. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Good morning. So we all remember Sex and the City, and fans of the hit show were thrilled at the chance to see their favorite fashionistas back on the screen. But there's been a surprising amount of criticism, too, as some on social media made some really tough comments about the star's aging appearance. And that's why Sarah Jessica Parker is firing back.
It's Sarah Jessica. Hello from New York City.
And just like that, Carrie Bradshaw is back in the big city.
Please, you were drunk and he was rich.
More than 2 decades after the show first premiered, the next chapter of Sex and the City is almost here.
I'm talking about a woman's right to shoes.
And while fans can't wait to see the latest trends in high fashion, some on social media are only focused on the appearance of Sarah Jessica Parker and the show's other stars and how they've aged. Online, the criticism has been harsh. Some poking fun and comparing them to the Golden Girls.
I'm so tired of calming down.
Which is why Sarah Jessica Parker isn't holding back. Speaking out in a new article for the December issue of Vogue, saying it almost feels as if people don't want us to be perfectly okay with where we are. Adding, there's so much misogynist chatter in response to us that would never happen about a man. Over the summer, Parker's appearance was also scrutinized after she was photographed rocking her natural silver-streaked hair while dining with her longtime friend Andy Cohen. Parker telling Vogue he has a full head of gray hair and he's exquisite. Why is it okay for him? And speaking about her own looks, she says, what am I going to do about it? Stop aging? Disappear? Parker has received a wave of support online for standing up against ageism in Hollywood.
Shooting, as we speak, the next chapter of Sex and the City.
The 10-episode revival series on HBO Max follows beloved characters Carrie, Miranda, and Charlotte as they continue their friendship from their 30s into their 50s. The show's creators say you can expect the same great friendships and fashion as the women navigate the challenges of love and life in the Big Apple, but at a more mature age, with silver hair not often shown on the silver screen.
Sarah Jessica Parker is also an executive producer for the series, which does premiere next month. Actress Kim Cattrall, who played the fourth member of the group, Samantha, will not be in this version of the show. But creators say the reboot will feature a new, more diverse cast, guys.
All right. See, a lot of folks looking forward to that. All right. Thank you, Morgan.
Of course.
All right. Up next, Saturday Night Live this weekend, Kieran Culkin took the stage as host for the first time, but it wasn't the Succession star's first appearance on the iconic show. Back in 1991, when his big brother Macaulay hosted, Kieran joined for a few sketches and was lucky enough to be hoisted into the air by Kevin Nealon during the show's end credits. Well, 30 years later, Kieran got to recreate that adorable moment as the cast waved goodnight. Kenan Thompson and Chris Redd threw Kieran up on their shoulders so he could ham it up one more time. Love that moment. And it was also a big show for the first-time host, packed with celebrity cameos. During Ego Wodom's popular sketch, The Dionne Warwick Show, she welcomed a surprise guest to the stage.
My God.
The actual Dionne Warwick. Check this out.
Today I heard a song by an artist called Young Boy Never Broke Again. Why aren't people just called Burt Bacharach anymore?
Well, you know, that is an excellent question, and I don't know the answer, but I will keep tweeting until I find out.
Everyone loves her tweeting. That sketch proves one thing. Two Dionne Warwicks are better than one. Love that. All right, next up, Adele. Ahead of the release of her upcoming album, 30, the Grammy winner is set to appear in a broadcast special event called Adele One Night Only. And great news for fans who just can't wait until Sunday. The set list is already out. Songs include the classics like Hello, Rolling in the Deep, and Someone Like You, mixed in with a few unheard tracks from the new album. It's been a busy week for Adele. On Saturday, she performed in the UK for the first time in 4 years at the London Palladium. We can't wait to hear more from the new singer when 30 drops November 19th. That is the end of next week.
Yeah, can't wait.
Mark your calendar. Forward to. She has a song called I Drink Wine. That
could be our anthem.
Exactly. All right, next up, Jennifer Nettles, the Sugarland singer currently starring in Waitress on Broadway. She recently made one superfan's day when she popped by their store on her way to work. Check this out.
Hey Lizzie, Jennifer Nettles here. So I have been seeing you night after night in the audience. I figured it's about time that we meet. Did a little snooping around and learned that you work at the Drama Bookshop right here in New York City.
It doesn't get any sweeter than that. She knew right away when she saw her. That's special. And she's seen the show 8 times so far.
Wow. Jennifer Nettles is the best.
The best.
Oh,
this is
lovely
beautiful.
Moment. They got a big hug. They took some pictures. Love it. All right, finally, Ed Sheeran, the Grammy winner, just wrapped up a huge week. His new album, Equals, grabbed the #1 spot on the Billboard charts. Previous albums, #6 collaborations project, Divide and Multiply, also debuted at the top spot. So this latest album is Sheeran's 4th to hit #1 on the Billboard 200 list. Now to the reason we call this show Pop Start Plus, we have even more headlines for you. First up, Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, the country music power couple stepping into the world of Yellowstone. Fans getting a peek at Tim and Faith's characters in the first trailer for the prequel series 1883. The new show follows the Dutton family as they embark across the Great Plains at the turn of the century. Take a look.
The road west is filled with failures. It was a dream, and the dream is coming true. We are in the land of no mercy now.
1883 is set with an all-star cast featuring Sam Elliott and Billy Bob Thornton. Next up, Cardi B, the Grammy-winning rapper, is used to fans clamoring and dying to grab a selfie, but you'll never guess who she was just caught fangirling over. Watch this.
Come on, look at my friend, guys.
Yes, that's Twilight star Robert Pattinson, Cardi channeling her inner Twihard in this video posted to Twitter, captioning the post, "Look who I met the other day. I felt like a teen." And that's the kind of energy we want to bring. into this Monday. Finally, Dolly Parton, big casting news from the Queen of Country. Parton is set to reunite with her former 9 to 5 co-stars in the upcoming season of Netflix's Grace and Frankie. She will join series stars Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin in the show's final season, set to debut next year. No news yet on the character that Parton will be stepping into, but we're all keeping our fingers crossed for another soundtrack anthem. And those are today's headlines. Next, hear from the stars of Netflix's latest holiday comedy. Stay tuned.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Stars Plus. Nina Dobrev might be most known for her roles in Degrassi in The Vampire Diaries, but nowadays she stars in a light-hearted romantic comedy about a woman who's searching for love during the holidays. We caught up with her and her co-star Darren Barnett. Take a look.
Dating has never really been easy, but modern online dating, you're married, is even harder.
Love Hard is a feel-good Christmas romantic comedy that is about a girl who gets catfished and goes on a journey of discovering herself and realizing her flaws and accepting the flaws of others.
What kind of psychopath creates a fake profile and then starts a fake relationship online? Whoa.
Natalie she's a hopeless romantic who will do just about anything in the pursuit of love. And what drew me to the character is that she seeks perfection and she's trying to find the perfect guy, but really what she needs to do is turn the lens to herself and realize that she's flawed, and so she can't expect to find perfection if she's not perfect herself, and no one is perfect. And at the end of the day, the two prospects that she has are both really wonderful catches, and ultimately it's not about finding the perfect guy, it's about finding the perfect guy for her.
All you need to know about Tag is he likes outdoorsy, adventurous women. You climb.
Me? Do I climb? You didn't tell me he was Tom Cruise.
Tag is the king of the outdoors. As Nina's character Natalie mentions in the movie, he's like Tom Cruise, which was very fun to play because I am not that ambitious when it comes to outdoor activities. But he's, very, I think, aloof and very kind of goes where the wind takes him and goes with the flow. He's that guy that I think a lot of people love to hate at some points because, it's like, is this real? But I think it is real with Tag, and that makes it even more interesting when Natalie begins, trying to conform to that norm that Tag is used to. I don't think he has a diabolical bone in his body, and he was very fun to play.
This has been nice. I haven't been on a hike date in years.
Oh, this is not the date. It's just a warm-up. You ever been bobsledding before?
We had so much fun on set shooting this film, and both Jimmy and Darren are wonderful human beings. We were shooting during the pandemic, so we were in a bubble, and we really got to know each other very, very well. And the chemistry off screen translated onto screen, and felt like we were very familiar. But we had a lot of the duality of playing Natalie in front of Tag versus Natalie just as herself was really fun and offered a lot of comedic moments. And I could personally relate a lot to her because I've definitely racked up a lot of frequent flyer miles trying to go around the globe searching for love.
I really enjoyed the dinner scene with Nina. We were ad-libbing a lot, and I think some of it made the cut, but Hernan really let us go off the rails with that. That was one of my favorite parts of shooting, was just the whole ad-lib process we got to do in that scene.
I feel like every day could have been my favorite moment, and every day just kept on getting better and better because every scene was filled with a new experience that was just as outlandish, if not more than the last. Even the bobsledding stuff that we did with Darren, it was it was just so fun. We had a great time.
Yeah.
The karaoke scene that I had to do definitely stood out. I was definitely nervous. I'm not looking to drop an album anytime soon. Singing is not my passion in life. And so I was nervous, but going to the studio and laying down the tracks and reframing it in my brain and reminding myself that it's supposed to be a funny scene and my character's not supposed to be some great singer, it helped a lot, like kind of take the pressure off.
I had no idea that was you. That was you. That really? Is, I had no idea until right now. Yeah. That's so crazy. That's amazing. I mean, that's a compliment to you because I didn't know you sang. And so I was like, oh, they got a singer for this. You totally sing. That's awesome.
Yeah, right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. No, Jimmy and I both, we had to do another song for Baby It's Cold Outside. So I had to lay down 2 tracks.
Dang.
Whoa.
You can do it all, Nina.
If I've learned anything, is that love doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be honest.
I think that being honest is the number one thing. If anyone takes anything away, it's to take a lesson away and not do what the characters did if you can't avoid it. But then again, at the same time, that's what life is about, is making mistakes and learning from them and growing. So maybe do it and get burned so that you know what not to do next time.
Yeah, I think just in a culture where we're so compared to everyone else around us, we inevitably end up doing it ourselves, and it can make you feel less than. So really show what you got, because I think you have more to offer than you really know, and you're doing nothing but robbing yourself by trying to be anybody else but you. Yeah.
And lead with yourself and be honest with yourself, because it will ultimately lead you to your person when you're yourself.
Love Hard is streaming now on Netflix. Coming up, we spoke to one of the stars of Gilmore Girls for our Flashback series, and later a conversation with Harry Potter 20 years ago.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just made too.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Sometimes Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Thanks for hanging out here with us on Pop Start Plus. To any Gilmore Girls fans watching, this next one is for you. The beloved television show featuring a fast-talking mother-daughter duo premiered 21 years ago. Scott Patterson played curmudgeon diner owner Luke Danes, and for our Flashback series, we got a chance to catch up with him about his favorite storylines and moments from the series.
It's the cell phone line. I get that a lot.
What?
Outside.
Are you kidding? It's like the North Pole out
Hey,
there.
this sign isn't just a decoration.
Honey, nothing in here is a decoration.
It disturbs the other customer.
And if I'm on my cell phone, I get it a lot. And people will point at me and go, I'll kick you out of here. You go, ha, ha, ha. You go off your cell phone. I'm like, yeah, okay, fine.
I was looking for your paprika, Stretch.
Hey, what have I said about the counter?
I know,
The
but...
counter is a sacred space, my sacred space. You don't do yoga on the Dalai Lama's mat, and you don't come behind my counter, period.
Well, my favorite part about playing Luke, having a regular job. It's hard to have a regular job in Hollywood. It's very competitive. There aren't a lot of jobs. And it was just knowing that, you were going to go to work and be challenged. But just the experience of playing such an iconic character and the feedback that I get on a daily basis from it, it's quite shocking. And it still surprises me. So, and it seems to be oddly, growing in prominence. I mean, the role, the show, the fan base keeps growing globally. I mean, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's a wonderful experience. Favorite scenes, I really think it was that initial scene in the pilot where we see him and we see Lorelai for the first time.
Please, Luke. Please, please, please.
How many cups have you had this morning?
None.
Plus?
5, but yours is better.
You have a problem.
Yes, I do.
Junkie.
I tell her she has a problem. How many cups have you had? I mean, I think that, because that really sets us on the path. I mean, it was a very difficult scene to play because it had to say so much, but we couldn't really tip our mitts about the potential of the relationship. It just, it was a real balancing act with that scene. And it was when I realized that, how good Lauren was as an actress. And there was only one time I was really nervous on set, was when we were preparing to do the first kiss. And, because Lauren and I both wanted to get it right. And there's so many traps set up for a situation like that in an acting sense where you can either do too little or do too much. So it was, the nervousness from both of us was, man, gosh, I hope we get this right.
What are you doing?
Will you just stand still?
And then you just sort of lean back on your training and your instincts, like, hey, how do I feel about this person? How does Luke feel about her? How would he react in this moment? I'm very proud of what we did because I thought it was really, it had intensity, yet it was soft and tender. Quotes, the name of the first episode is Red Meat Can Kill You. Enjoy. So it says everything about him.
Red meat can kill you. Enjoy.
What inspired me to launch a Gilmore Girls podcast was the fans are clamoring for content. They are clamoring for connection. They want to be inside that show. They want to be involved in the show. We're not making any episodes for them. It's been 5 years now, since the Year in the Life, and it's just too long to thirst for the Gilmore drink. And I think any type of comforting voice from the set of the show is going to engage people in a positive way. It's going to support how they feel about the show, their lives. It's going to help them. I mean, fans would love it. And, you know, I love chopping it up with the cast members. We always had a lot of fun on set. I thought, well, why not take that feeling and that vibe to a podcast format? And iHeart thought it was a great idea. And here we are. My favorite episodes to revisit are, well, I think the episode where we get the name of the podcast from, that episode where I declare my undying love for her and that I am all in. I think the first kiss as well. And I really like the episode where I push Milo in the leg. And where I take the sledgehammer to the wall and say, we'll hold hands and skip.
That's your room. Finish up. We'll hold hands and skip afterwards.
I enjoyed making them all, but especially that one because it was finally there was something physical to do instead of like spitting out a million words per second. So really just all of them, but I mean, you really can't go wrong. I watched the pilot again after 20 years. I hadn't seen it in 20 years. It's the only show that I watched, and I was delighted. I thought it was just epic, and you know how great the acting was, and how great the writing was. It was magical.
Our thanks to Scott Patterson for revisiting such a great show with us. And last but not least, did you know the film Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone turns 20 this weekend? Hard to believe, right? Well, we found an interview from our archive you have to see with a young Daniel Radcliffe next.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
We're back. This month marks 20 years since the release of the film Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. In honor of the occasion, let's take a look back at our Today interview with the film star Daniel Radcliffe when he was just 12 years old. Here's today's From the Vault.
First-time actor Harry Potter himself, Daniel Radcliffe, is with us this morning. Actually, not a first-time actor. You have a little bit of experience. Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Well, let's talk about the whirlwind your life has been recently. Yesterday was the premiere here in the Big Apple. A week before that was the London premiere. Red carpets, flashing lights, entertainment reporters. I mean, what was it like?
It was pretty scary, but it was pretty scary, but it was really good fun. And everybody there, like Chris Columbus, he was there and he just makes you feel like really at ease.
Was it exciting though, just to kind of finally, I mean, this was the product of 9 long months of very hard work, frankly, by you and the rest of the cast and everybody involved in the picture. So it must have been just wonderful to kind of have the weight off your shoulders and be able to sort of have a good time.
It was fun, but I was quite nervous, but it was very cool.
You were nervous
really
about
fun.
how the movie would be received, or just all the attention?
I was kind of just nervous about like seeing all the photographers and everything like that, I was kind of nervous about that.
Yeah, the paparazzi, they can be a little overwhelming, I'm sure, especially for someone who's 11 years old. You're still 11 or 12? When did you turn 12?
July 23rd.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's my daughter's birthday. Happy birthday. Anyway, let's go back, because I know that at first, I feel it right now, Dan, as you must understand, I feel like the official Harry Potter historian / Warner Brothers flack. But having said that, I know all the whole story, and I know your backstory, which was there 2 months before shooting, there was no Harry Potter. Thousands of kids had auditioned, and the director, Chris Columbus, said, "Get me that kid from David Copperfield," right? Tell me how they discovered you and why they went after you so enthusiastically to play Harry Potter.
I have no idea.
Well, obviously, they're pretty captivated by your performance in David Copperfield.
I really don't know why they chose me, but I'm glad they did.
And at first, your parents weren't that enthusiastic, right?
They only had one concern, and that was because I've been up for David Copperfield and I've been up for Taylor of Panama, and on both of those, I kind of had a tendency to get my hopes up, and they knew that there were thousands of boys going up for the part, so they didn't want me to get my hopes up and then be disappointed. So they were just protecting me.
And they were, though, once you did get the part, they were pretty excited, as you were too.
We all were.
I know that when you were first tapped to play Harry Potter, you hadn't read the books. But after you got the role, you quickly devoured them and fell in love with them like so many other kids. What was it about the books that you found so great?
I think it was the fact that I think not only myself, but I think everybody can relate to Harry in some way. And I think as well, it's the idea of magic. When magic kind of comes to life, there's so much opportunity for absolutely anything to happen. And I think I kind of like to read about what could happen if magic really came to life.
Wow, it's truly amazing to see Daniel Radcliffe way back when. Well, there you go. That was today's Pop Start Plus. Please come hang out with us again tomorrow. Hoda has a great conversation with Reba McEntire for her Quoted By series. Thanks for watching. Bye now.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hey guys, welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us.
You talk about some energy. This is a lively bunch.
Are you guys ready to turn this baby pink?
3, 2, 1, go! Tears, smiles, laughter, and hope. A big inspiring crowd helps us mark International Day of the Girl. What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own community?
Believe in yourself. Believe in your voice.
Do you think we're kind of on the tail end of this horrible virus?
We have definitely turned a corner.
I looked at her. We were just so deeply in love.
Have a little catch up with our pal, Dylan Dreyer.
Oh, wow. Steve Kornacki here in the studio.
Hello.
Hi, all there, everybody. How you doing today?
Gwyneth.
That's me.
I had to do it because Hoda asked.
I'm so honored.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Making of Today. Yes.
This is how it's done?
This is how it's done. It's the show that gives you an inside look at how today comes together.
I am so excited that you invited me here because we're going to take our viewers behind the scenes for an exclusive look at everything that goes into producing this show every single day. It's a lot.
Yes.
Now, as we all know, Halloween around here is huge. Big, big deal. This year was no exception. This time around, I'd say that our costumes were a touchdown.
I see what you did there.
Wait, okay, let me get my game face on. Take a look.
Go, Cowboys, go!
What's up? How was that?
How can your mouth move like that?
Behind the scenes fun fact, we have to have stock footage of a pretend football game, and we're just mesmerized by the 3 plays that are running in an endless loop over and over.
Only problem is we blocked Chanel's face. Thank you. Down 1. How many lunges do you have to do to look the way you do?
You feel great. Feeling really good. Feeling like a cheerleader.
Go Cowboys! Time to crank up the sound.
I just want to say one thing. There are not enough Spanx in the world for this.
Oh my God. Yes!
Oh, wow, this does look real.
Giselle, I'll see you later, honey.
Gronk says game time. Let's go. How fitting that Halloween is on the weekend this year.
Major bling.
This is looking pretty good.
So this is my first time even learning what I'm going to do.
Run, 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 run away, baby. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. The fun is about to begin. We're ready.
I'm like stage mom over here for Savannah and Jen. I'm over on the side. Hoda, I'm like, this is seriously the Today Show prom. Okay, I wear a size 9.5, 10. These are size 8.5, so I can't feel my feet. Ah.
There's a lot of dancing, strong spike. Feeling good.
It's just so early. So early.
Chanel gets the game ball, deservedly so, every Halloween.
We're basically just doing the warm-up for Chanel. Facts. That's what we do.
Facts. Excuse me.
Now we have to close the door.
This is how the magic happens. White boots, big hair, can't lose. My name is Brunel. Look at that.
Are you ready for the weekend? Hey, baby. I would say we tackled that rather well, wouldn't you?
Well, I would indeed. Look, this fun is just getting started. And coming up next, we're going to show you how International Day of the Girl is truly a global production here at Today. So don't go away.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Making of Today. So each year, Today celebrates International Day of the Girl. And Savannah, I know this is one of your favorite days on the show.
It's a good one. It's a day focused on lifting female voices and bringing girls together from all over the world. And this year, we dedicated a special hour to the girls and women of Afghanistan. Our team worked tirelessly to make this day happen, reporting from Texas, Wisconsin, London, and back to our plaza in New York. And here's a look at how it all came together.
It's International Day of the Girl!
International Day of the Girl, dedicated to highlighting leading female voices from around the globe. Malala Yousafzai, sisters Jamila and Sharifa, and a young Afghan woman who concealed her identity to protect her family. Behind the scenes, our producers working hard to bring these important interviews to you.
So we're going to get masked up and get to work and show you how we do it. Ready?
First up, Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala Yousafzai. I had the chance to sit down with this incredible woman. Our team checked in from our home base at 30 Rock.
I am working on the Malala interview with Savannah Guthrie. I'm producing the New York side of the interview, and right now we are getting set up in an office, so we're making the office a little studio.
With Malala and our UK staff setting up across the globe.
We've traveled from London to Birmingham, England. We're about to transform this boardroom behind me into our studio for the day.
Our Today team is eager to showcase these important stories, working to get the right shot.
We are trying to do something kind of unique where we're almost going to make them look like they're in the same space.
How did that strike you in those moments?
Savannah, I just could not process what was happening in Afghanistan.
Perfect audio.
To make sure he has the best possible sound, he's brought his own carpet with him.
And lighting.
So Sean likes some of these overhead lights, but not all of them for the interview. So what does he do? He puts this flag up to block them out.
And in Texas, Jenna sat down with a young Afghan woman who risked her life to come to America as the Taliban took over her city.
We are going to be shooting this in silhouette. We have to have the anchor and the interviewee pretty far away from each other. And we also have to keep it so that our guest is in the dark, but Jenna has light. So, Jorge, would you mind switching the monitor so people can see what it looks like on camera? This is Jenna's angle. And now you don't see our guest. Nifty stuff.
Are they scared for their safety?
Yeah, they're jobless. They don't have job now.
And nearby at the George W. Bush Presidential Library, 2 Afghan refugees who arrived in this country just 3 years ago sat down with Jenna and her mom, former First Lady Laura Bush, for a meal.
We have our lovely ladies, Jamila and Sharifa, setting up food that the Bushes are going to eat.
Setting up this morning. Last minute camera checks.
Trying to figure out where everyone is going to sit.
Why should women here care about the women in your country?
Why not?
And then it's lights, camera, action. This International Day of the Girl was certainly one to remember.
It's a little bit of luck, a little bit of magic, and a little bit of working with people who can help you along the way.
It was a really emotional day. We were so fortunate to talk to so many inspiring women. It's one of our most cherished celebrations, I would say, here at the show.
It absolutely is, and we love it. And you know who else is all about girl power? Our good buddy, Jill Martin.
Oh, yeah, she's best girlfriend.
That's right. For the last 12 years, Jill's provided our audience with amazing savings through steals and deals.
Yes, and today she's going to let us in on the magic of what it takes to get the deals you love on our show, how we turned our studios into a blast from the past for that hour-long special called Peacock Presents Steals and Deals Throwback Edition, which I just love.
Who knew?
I mean, what a great idea.
That's right. Let's throw back to this. This morning, we've got a special Steals and Deals.
Oh, we are back with a very special Steals and Deals. Yeah, back with another round of Steals and Deals this morning.
Wait. So before we get here, let's back it up a bit.
Hi, good morning.
Okay, a little further. Meet Dana, our senior lifestyle and commerce manager.
We normally book our Steals and Deals about 5 to 6 months in advance. We were looking for a product that, of course, made you feel nostalgic. I love the Kodak Polaroid camera. There was a speaker that we had that reminded me of a lava lamp, which was cool. And of course, the hair scrunchies and all those kinds of things.
Our team requests samples and researches the items. Once we pick something we think you'll love, Dana and I work to snag a great deal.
That's 80% off.
And throwing it back takes more than finding the right products. Our set designer, Ed, brought the decades to life.
We tried to create a really fun environment to represent all the different eras that are shown in the special. For the Today Show segment, we couldn't create the full set, so we created a nod to that as a tease coming up inside later.
I love the energy of being back in 30 Rock.
Every day I do this, I look down and I normally take a picture, and I think how grateful I am to be here.
I know just the thing to get me in the throwback spirit.
I was thinking this. Does this look retro?
I love that. Oh, you're so sad. That's right on theme.
And just like that, I'm ready to go.
We're heading over towards the studio now.
Once I make it onto the plaza, you never know who you're going to run into.
What was your favorite fashion trend? Because you were in the 70s, you were a model. A top model, yeah.
I liked skinny pants, pedal pushers, and then before that was Bermuda shorts. Remember them?
Yeah.
Not a trend. I better go and do my pies.
All right.
All of our Today Show family gets in on the fun.
Carson, does this take you back?
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm 2 years old again with lava lamps.
To TRL.
Oh, I thought you went to the 70s. Yeah, totally. Definitely.
You missed that show doing that?
No. This is like TRL for grown-ups. It feels a lot like it. 5, the public waits. 3.
And as soon as they give the count, we're live.
Oh, good times, good times,
Yeah,
good
right?
old days.
It does remind me of the good old days, but guess what?
What?
The best days are ahead. Because coming up next, we have an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at how our production team gets the Today Show on the air every morning. Let's just say we think we wake up early, they wake up early. And then we get in on the Hoda and Jenna Tuesday fun.
Ooh.
I love picking their outfits. I vote every week. Do you?
That's what it's about. I wasn't sure if you just chose something else.
No, Tuesday. You'll find out. Stay with us. It's a thing.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, over at Hoda and Jenna, Tuesday lets the viewers vote on what the ladies will wear the next day on the show. Now, you don't know this, but I got to be their stylist a few weeks ago. I selected their outfits, and this month, the men of Today got involved. Actually, you were involved, even though you don't know what Tuesday is.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of being me. After it's done, I completely forget. I can't wait to see this.
Hi again, Donna here at Today over in Studio 1A, and I am going to show you how we make Tuesday happen each week. And this week, it's all about Carson, Al, and Craig, the men of Today, choosing Hoda and Jenna's outfits. Let's go.
This is the very first time that we are choosing outfits in this way.
Okay, I know, and we're a little nervous about it.
A little bit, yeah.
3 options to choose from for Hoda, and same for Jenna. Which will the viewers choose?
Were you excited when you found out that you were gonna dress Hoda and Jenna, or hopefully dress?
I was excited about the prospect of dressing Hoda and Jenna, but I will tell you, I haven't felt as much pressure to get something right, probably since naming my daughter. I don't want to be responsible if they look all jacked up on TV. I don't want the blame.
Why did you choose those outfits for them?
Because I thought they might look jacked up on TV.
So tell me about your process with Tuesday.
It was a tough process. I went into it really wanting to put the ladies in something special. For you people out there, please vote for mine. I didn't win much as a kid. I was a terrible basketball player. I was always chosen last in baseball.
So you chose a denim jumpsuit for both Hoda and Jenna.
So what if they both get voted for? We wear the same
Yes.
thing. We wear the same
Yes.
thing. Okay, that's hilarious.
Yes. Deborah wears them, and I think they're kind of the moment. And what's great is they can also change oil after the show.
What are your thoughts on the picks so far?
Okay, so Al wants us to be twins, which
I think
might be his own
kind
thing.
of weird. Like, I feel like my mom's not gonna like that, right?
What she didn't she dress you and Barbara the same way?
That's true.
So what? I think it's a nice throwback. This is the Al.
You know what I'm worried about?
What?
This Joe.
Well, I feel like it needs
That's
a belt.
very wrong.
All right, we are outside of the stairwell where Alex has to put on all 6 Tuesday items on this one mannequin that we have. All right, that's it for today. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Can we have a drum roll, please? So was it the Al, the Craig, or the Carson? Who has more sway with our viewers?
Let's see.
All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3.
I got the Carson, and you got the Craig.
Okay, so you are wearing the Carson, you are wearing the Craig. Do you like these picks?
I kind of like the Carson. It's cozy. Feel mine. It's really soft. Isn't that soft? And it's like jammies, and I'll wear it again. They'll let us keep it.
And spoiler alert, she did the very next day.
The Carson styled Hoda today?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Carson, thank you. You picked this outfit for me. I appreciate it.
Cashmere.
Congratulations.
To have won.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yes, I won. Yes.
How do you feel, Al?
Well, I still no. Savannah voted for the owl look.
I did.
You know what Jenna called that, though? The diaper.
Yeah, she called it a jean diaper. Well, Al, you lost this round to Craig and Carson.
I did.
But you should have a rematch, a fashion rematch.
I would if I cared. Anyway, in the meantime, you know who's working around the clock? Our morning production team.
Are they ever? We have a 24/7 operation here at Today to make sure we do not miss a beat, especially when we're covering breaking news. Our senior broadcast producer, Pete Breen.
Oh, the Breenolator.
Breen Industries. Well, he will show us how they get it done.
Good morning, everybody. It is 4 a.m.
When I get in at 4 a.m., we've got a full show.
So it's 4:30 a.m.
It's 4:42 right now.
So we have some decisions to make. We added a spot about Bannon and the January 6th Commission.
But when news breaks overnight, we scramble to report on it.
I'm working with Garrett Haake to do a piece on Steve Bannon and contempt charges in Congress. I'm about to call our producer, Melanie Jackson.
And I just got off the phone with Grace. We're getting launched. So from here, we'll script, we'll go into edit, and we'll have to make air for probably the top of the show, 7 a.m.
It's 5:25 a.m. I just tracked my script in my closet using a bunch of suits for audio dampening, and now it's time to take a shower and get ready for the show.
We've got a whole team that works around the clock, some from the comfort of their living rooms.
Got some monitors, my iPad with the show,
and some from 30 Rock.
I'm headed up to the control room on the 7th floor. We are making some last-minute changes to the rundown, adding some things, moving some stuff around.
By 6 a.m., it's crunch time. We're finalizing our video and scripts for the show.
Guys, good news. Most of our tapes are over, so I'm going to give Pete Breen in the control room an update.
And now it's around 6 o'clock, so we have our stories for Pop Start today. Now it's time to start writing, picking sound bites, and talk to Carson.
6:15 right now. Grace just emailed Miguel about a revision in his script. So I'm just gonna prepare my editor so we can quickly turn this around.
By 6:30, the audience is making their way onto the plaza, and Savannah and Hoda are at the desk.
I have some scripts for the talent, and I'm gonna run them upstairs.
And just like that, we're on the air at 7 a.m.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Today. And then they take a brief nap, drool a little bit, and get ready to do it all over again.
That's right. They generally nap during weather. But
we love them.
I don't take it personally.
No.
That's right. Another person who needs a nap, especially during election season, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki.
If you are a fan of the third hour of Today, and who isn't, you've seen Steve break down the stats on everything. He's gone behind the NFL, and now he's going to show us how it all comes together on the big board in Studio 1A. Take a look.
Hi everybody, deep inside 30 Rock here on a Friday morning. It's a big Friday morning for me because they've asked me to be on the third hour of the Today Show. This is The Office, mine at least, and here we go. I don't know if you ever watched the Tonight Show. Jimmy Fallon came here a few months ago and cleaned it up. I really, honestly, I don't even know. I have no idea. I don't know. I probably didn't do a very good job keeping it clean. It's been worse than this, though. We got an NFL hit. We're looking at the NFL playing in London this weekend. We're looking at Super Bowl odds. There was a game last night that probably affected the odds, so a lot to check in on.
So once Steve knows what he wants to talk about, it's my job to make his vision come to life and make those graphics that you see on his big board when he's on our show. So I go back and forth with the artist. Once we have the design where we want it, we'll push them over to Steve and his team to load them up on the board for air.
I actually need to go check in with my producer. His name is Adam. He's making sure right now that everything's ready to go to the boards. Say hello to the camera.
Hello. I loaded the graphics into our little screen. We updated the standings based on the Rams-Seahawks game last night.
The Rams beat the Seahawks. We're gonna go see if the Rams win last night, change the odds. These are the Super Bowl futures odds, so let's see where our good old Rams are. There's the Rams, right? It's a plus 950. That means the odds are 9.5 to 1. So we had them at 10 to 1 on the screen. It's now 9.5 to 1. It's almost the same. At some point in the next hour, I have to get changed too. That's usually a difficult thing for me. So this is not the tie I wanted to wear today. I wanted to wear this one, but it's not really tied, and I don't know how to tie it. And unless Adam, you want to
No
shaking his head, he doesn't want to. So I'm stuck with this one. This is the big time now, and these are the graphics we were showing you in the computer. As you can see, they loaded into the board, and let's see if I tap the screen, do we start getting the other? There we go. That's everything we need. All right, it looks like this segment's going to work.
We are so excited. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki here in the studio.
We survived. I hope we survived. Did we pass the test?
Fantastic. It was fantastic.
That is the seal of approval we were looking for, so we'll do it again next time.
Oh, you gotta love Steve Khaki Kornacki. He's the man.
He is.
Well, coming up, we're gonna answer some of your questions. Nothing is off limits. Yikes.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. So we've given you a glimpse behind the scenes here in Studio 1A, but now a closer look at us.
Don't zoom in too close. We're going to answer questions. Your questions. Fans out on the plaza asked us about our experiences anchoring today. So let's get it started.
Which of the anchors has the best sense of humor?
No. You know what? I would argue, counselor, that it would in fact be one Savannah Guthrie.
No, stop.
Yes,
You're just saying that because I'm sitting right here.
Like, we know Hoda's a cut up.
Yes.
You know, Carson's kind of crazy. Craig's a curmudgeon. But you have a very wicked sense and under the radar, no weather pun intended, sense of humor that kind of pops out odd times.
Well, I was about to say, the things I say really can't make it onto television,
No, they
can
can.
they? No.
But that does not change the fact that you are pretty funny.
Well, you're going to have to just take his word for it.
What goes on inside the studio during commercial breaks?
We're back after local news. You would not believe how much happens during the commercial break. First of all, we FaceTime our families quite a bit.
Yes, we do. Our crew, busts their butts, do amazing changes within 3 minutes.
People probably think we have this huge studio. We don't. It's basically one big room, and during a commercial, it's like, get the albino elephant out, bring the concert in.
There it is.
Of all the things you've done in your career, what's the biggest dream come true moment?
There have been a million of them, but I did meet Duran Duran, and Simon Le Bon hugged me.
Paper guy.
And as a girl that grew up in, the 80s, that was a very pinch yourself kind of moment. And also for Halloween one year, I got to be Olivia Newton-John.
Oh.
And Carson was Danny Zuko from Grease.
That's right.
And we got to do the whole dance routine, and that was pretty fun. What about you?
They've all been, just the fact that I'm on the Today Show.
My people!
It's not even a dream come true because I never even thought about being on the Today Show. I was so happy when I got the job at WNBC.
Forget about those suntans.
I thought my parents can actually turn on the TV and see me.
It's pretty cool.
That was done.
This place actually exceeds all of our wildest dreams.
It does. I hope you had a good time.
We had fun.
Yes, we did. We always have fun. We thank you for watching Making of Today. That's about all the time we have. But if you want more behind-the-scenes access to Today, what's wrong with you? No, only kidding. Sign up for Today Insider. You'll get a weekly email including early access to Steals and Deals.
That's good.
That's right. Oh, that's worth it right there. Giveaways and more. All you have to do is go to today.com/insider.
And get ready because November is going to be a busy month in Studio 1A. So join us next time. Bye-bye. We have some big news this morning. Y'all are looking good.
Go!
So excited! I grab his saddlebag, I get the 2 bottles of wine. We won't let him carry any more than 2. When he sees the bags come out, he gets very excited because he knows he gets to go outside and he gets to meet people. I am Lori Yada, and I am a co-owner of the Stonehouse Urban Winery in Hagerstown, Maryland. My dog's name is Soda. I was sitting with my daughter-in-law one night when everything started to shut down, and I said how sad Soda seemed to be. He's not seeing his guests like he used to see. And she said, well, is there any way that he can do a curbside? So I got online and I found this little nifty saddlebag for dogs. And we started offering curbside with Soda delivering it.
Come on, sweetie. Come here. Good boy.
It's just really cute. It makes them happy. It makes me happy. And most of all, it makes Soda happy. I've had people come from DC, Baltimore. Both of those are over an hour drive. We are still considered an essential business, so we can stay open. So it does get me out of my house. I guess people just need something to lighten up their moods a little bit. Get in the hot bathtub with some bubbles and a glass of wine. I mean, what could be better at this time?
My mom, it will be 100 in June. And when I told her that Soda would deliver my wine bottles to the car, she would say, go get some. And every night at the dinner table, she's like, this is delicious. So she's very happy, and especially when she has her happy hour with her wine.
Good job. Get your bottle.
My name is Kelsey, and I am a critical care nurse, and have been recently taking care of COVID-19 patients. I'm pretty much just trying to take it day by day. Don't let things get too overwhelming for you. Keep your distance, and having a glass of wine at the end of the day is definitely nice.
It's huge to have a social animal with you when you're going through these times and you're stuck in your home. If he gets tired, he goes and takes naps. His mama loves him to death and will never do anything to jeopardize him. As long as I see he's happy doing it, then I will allow him to continue doing it.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, have you ever spotted someone walking down the street, admired their style, and thought, how do they make themselves look so fashionable?
I know. Well, that is exactly what happened with two friends from San Francisco. And that conversation led to a passion project and a book. It's called Chinatown Pretty, celebrating the fashionable seniors living in their neighborhood. Take a look.
The Chinatown Pretty style is really this patchwork of contrast, a lot of pattern clashing and a big mix of colors.
San Francisco-based photographer Andrea Lowe and writer Valerie Liu have always been awed by the eclectic styles of senior citizens in the city's Chinatown.
We'd just look at each other and be like, did you see that? Where did they get these articles of clothing and accessories? And how did they compose these next level outfits?
In 2014, after a dim sum date where they spent more time focusing on the fashionable elders than the food, the two friends started Chinatown Pretty, a project celebrating the street style of seniors living in the neighborhood.
That's nice.
With a Cantonese translator, the duo takes laps around the area and stop fashionable locals for a photo and an interview.
And we'll just say, good morning, Joseon, and usually just compliment them on the thing that catched our eye. And from there, we try to ask how their day's going and let the conversation evolve naturally.
Jacket's good. Very warm, very good.
And after 7 years of doing gallery shows and articles for local magazines, Chinatown Pretty became a book featuring more than 100 senior citizens from 6 Chinatowns across North America.
One person we met was this woman in a magical alleyway called Ross Alley in San Francisco. And when we asked her to lift up her fleece pants, there were these pink socks that read, "My favorite salad is wine," which is like the last thing you would expect on someone who's like in their 80s.
I think that's a running theme throughout the outfits is the element of surprise and delight.
Through fashion, Valerie and Andrea were able to connect and unlock countless stories.
It's a demographic that doesn't get seen or heard a lot, and it's important to share their stories. A lot of them have immigrated, leaving their families behind, been through war, are refugees, the list goes on. And there's so much resilience that we can learn from them.
One senior featured in the San Francisco chapter is 87-year-old Dorothy G.C. Kwok, who's also known as Polka Dot. She works as a tour guide and documentary film researcher, and in her free time distributes food pantry deliveries to neighbors.
I mix and match whatever's given to me to make outfits out of them that is comfortable for me. I don't follow any fashion. I have my own fashion. If I'm called Polka Dot, I should have at least one outfit.
She was born and raised in Chinatown. and she has a lot of history there.
It was very difficult because we were discriminated. My father had died when I was 12 years old. With 7 siblings, it became very difficult to survive. I got married after the second year of college and decided to move, but I was determined to come back someday where my roots are.
Dorothy was walking me through Chinatown and telling me stories of her childhood there or growing up, and I've learned so much from her.
I was so proud and so surprised that people love it. The writing that Valerie has commentaries on really explains a lot about people and really gives a highlight that immigrants especially, they have a life that can be full.
The first quarter of 2021 saw a 169% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes. It is Andrea and Valerie's hope that Chinatown Pretty can shine a light on the humanity, understanding, and joy that can occur when we stop and connect with one another.
I think that Chinatown Pretty is one example of how we can perhaps change or expand the general public of who and what we are by revealing some of our personal stories that go with the fashion. We are living beings and that we are as human as anyone else.
They're in their 80s and 90s and living their best urban lives. They're meeting with friends in the park. They're playing chess. They're watching opera.
We go by Po Po Ho Lang, which is damn grandma, you look good in Cantonese.
Damn, Grandma, you look good.
They do
That
look
is
good.
awesome. Oh, God, I hope you guys check this out. Check out Chinatown Pretty. Head to today.com/shop.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of 2 who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. People weren't even hiding it anymore. And myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before. And I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
That was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, "Why aren't you married yet?" And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, if you can do it, I can do it. It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job, and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, are you a pro skater? I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, I just like to skateboard.
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, how are you doing? Do you need some help? And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing? And we're not. We're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun.
Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing, do you wanna try it to see if you like it? They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, there's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight. That's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. She knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year like that I just skyrocketed, but no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes. Not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to like get back into the groove of things. I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough to always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished 3rd in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from 1st to 3rd.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm going to become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place, yeah.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So everybody is having a good time? Yeah.
This is unique. There is nothing else like the Starry Night Cafe. My name is Bea Artali. They call me Miss B, and I am the manager for the Starry Night Cafe. And this is a program to provide some social place for some people with special needs.
I'm a good dancer.
I know you're a really good dancer.
Love all of you. Yeah, love you, Miss B.
When they come in here, take a look around. This is someplace that feels like a club. This is meant for adults 18 and over who are suffering or have suffered or in treatment for mental illness, and that can vary from depression to we have people who are also developmentally disabled. From birth or from diagnosis, most of their life is structured with medication and their therapy. Socialization and recreation is kind of at the bottom of the list. They appreciate the fact that I'm not a clinician. I don't have any letters after my name. I don't have a clipboard. I have a cordless mic. The only thing I'm going to prescribe is to get up on that stage and have a ball.
Coming here, I feel a lot safer in here. Oh, I love doing karaoke. I like mingling with people.
It's a place that I can be empowered, and I don't have to pretend that I'm anyone else.
On our stage, once again, the Wanderers.
We have a band that comes down and plays for us. Of that band, 2 of the musicians are special needs. Within the last couple of years, we did lose our drummer. He moved away. And we found a young man that came here, this young fellow, Will, and he said, I'm a drummer. I was like, oh, we need a drummer.
Came right in, sat in the first night with us. It was no problem at all. He was right there.
There are so many special needs people with so many talents. And when they come here, when I find that out, that's exactly where they're going, right on our beautiful stage there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Will Cato. I'm 24 years old. I played the drums since I was like 7 years old. When I play the drums, I feel kind of like excited or like very, very proud of myself.
William started out with 2 number 2 pencils on tables, on chairs, on mattresses.
When he was young, 2 years old or so, the pediatrician realized that William was not saying as many words as he should have been saying. So I think maybe 2nd or 3rd grade, they asked us, could they have someone observe him? And that's when they told us that he was autistic.
We've basically tried raising our son, who's on the spectrum, to be included in all activities. It's difficult to find mainstream activities where he fits in well, and Starry Night Cafe definitely provides a very seamless atmosphere for him. Everybody is there just being themselves. There's no right way or wrong way to be. It's basically being. And that's what's important in anyone's life, the ability to be.
Mr. Will Cato.
We receive funding, but it's never enough. And so the cafe has always been in jeopardy of closing these doors. And more communities need to duplicate this. Do it where you are, and you will see the difference in your community. This works.
We can't do this without you.
Keep clapping, because we don't pay him, so.
Thank you for doing this, Diane. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me do this with you.
I was just telling you, I just got finished with episode 2 of
Okay.
Why the Last Man.
Okay.
It's a great premise to begin with. You're fantastic in it.
Thank you.
And I'm curious what you thought when this sort of idea came to you, just the concept, and we're going to do a series about it.
Uh-huh.
Were you immediately interested, or did you need some explaining?
Well, I thought you're asking me to, and now for something completely different, which is sort of fun because that's what I do. I get to try on different ideas, and that was what attracted me, was the amount of zeitgeisty, controversial, global world-building, world-recovering issues, and who knew how much life was going to be sort of brushing up very closely against art, or maybe the other direction, art against life.
He's whining about the First Amendment and calling for
unity. Yes, let's all join hands with the psychotics of America. And what would the expectations be placed upon a different gender of leadership? So it was almost like, I think maybe he was triggered by somebody saying, oh, if the world were only led by women.
Right.
And then you think, well, let's dig into that a little bit. What would it be like? So that's the journey we take in a quote-unquote woman-only world after the demise of 50% of the population, the Y chromosome.
You're doing everything you can for everyone you can.
But ma'am, without men, there is no future.
I hear you, but we're just trying to survive the present. You know, we call it Men, and the title, of course, says Why the Last Man, so it's not a big surprise. It's not a spoiler alert, but there's double entendres even on the title. Why? Well, what does that mean? Well, why is the first letter of my son's name? Oh, so your son survives, so not every man. And what is a man, by the way? How do we delineate what that term, gender roles, and what do we delineate by how would a woman behave in a leadership role? Would she be up to the task? But I wanted to be part of a world-building show and see where it was going to lead, because there's so much great source material in the graphic novels.
Like I say, I'm 2 episodes in, and I still have so many questions that I know you're not going to give away today. What is this thing? What exactly happened? How did your son survive?
Right.
There's so much in the air still that will carry through the length of the series. I was interested to read that this was your first series as a series regular, where you're leading the show, which I thought, she's done a bunch of TV and a bunch of film, but she's never done this. Was there some appeal to doing, okay, this streaming thing that everyone's on, and I'm the lead, and we can see this through a bunch of episodes to tell a story? Much different than making a film, obviously.
Well, I'm a sucker for a dare. I can own that, and I wanted the experience of doing something completely different in my craft, which a lot of people have become extremely comfortable with, and that is not knowing what the writing is that you're setting yourself up to fulfill. One of the things that I love to do is to look at work in terms of the conversations that grow out of what were you thinking when you took this role? Why this? Why now? And it's so complicated to answer this question, but it's also very timely because of the many things that have occurred in the world. I mean, when I read this originally, well, first of all, I have Googled how many women have portrayed the US president. I had to do it. I was like, apparently I'm number 18.
Okay.
You know,
Our 18th president.
We are going to have to keep making hard choices to try to help deal with the panic and the outrage.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And I have some very dear friends who have already portrayed this character, whatever we have in our mind's eye of the leader of the most important leader of the free world, and all of those, you know, self-aggrandizing, and rightfully so, the role of President of the United States has been a very big trigger point for a lot of people for a long time. And suffice it to say that when I was describing to people when we were shut down in the pandemic and we were dealing with so many changes in the world, global, and yet also very sort of tethered to who is president and what that looks like, and what does that say about our country.
Yeah, I mean, this was, as you say, written. These are based on books for people who don't know, after 9/11. I think the first one came out in 2002, and then there were more after that. But my gosh, it's about a pandemic. There are echoes of what happened in this country on January 6th, of civil society sort of disintegrating before our eyes.
The frame changes the art always. You could put a piece of art, even if it's not art. If you frame it in a certain way, people will say, well, that's art. It's easier sometimes to portray somebody who's really existed in history. Then you can say, well, she did it. I'm portraying something that really happened. And this seemed so far-fetched. So to play the president confronting it was very prescient, very zeitgeisty, even more than I bargained for when I signed on.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? the vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What did you want to bring to a representation of a woman being president? Because there she is
Well, I'm
standing.
wearing my patriotic colors.
Yes, I noticed that. Very nice.
Well, of course, the humanity of it, the shared experience of it. The line of succession was decimated by the amount of death and the amount of grieving that she has. In order to be a good leader, you have to be the best follower, in a way. So she wasn't chosen. She wasn't voted in. So there's a lot of controversy around inheriting the job that she wasn't voted for, you know. And so, hey, that's prescient too this year. Voting became very important, and the controversy around our votes considered authentic. The process, once you begin to have doubt enter into that conversation, now you've tilted the conversation into what is reality? It's the inner journey of this woman who is struggling to lead while she knows she's violated her ethics in order to do what's right for the world, which is, if you have a survivor, don't you want to try to make it possible for there to be more than just one survivor?
You've spent a bunch of time in the halls of Congress as an activist, and I want to talk to you about that in just a moment.
A small bunch, but
Yeah,
legally,
but I mean,
yes, I have been to the halls of Congress.
But you've been, yes, you have.
There's photos, so I know
Yes,
it
there
really
are.
did happen.
I've seen them.
Okay.
In my day job, I covered politics, and just the way you sort
Yes,
of
you
carry
did.
yourself, some Nancy Pelosi in the way you walk down the hall, and you're surrounded by your staff and your reporters. Your relationships with people who serve, did you bring some of that to understand what it means to be in a position of power politically?
I have enough audacity to bring the little things that I believed in to the Congress people who were willing to meet with me and talk about the issues. And those were conservation issues about the health of our oceans at that point. There's always some legislation, right. that needs help to get the ear of the people who actually turn these things into law. That was my secret ambition when I was a child, was to become a lawyer who could help make laws. We need laws to catch up to the reality of our planet. We only have one.
When you do go to Capitol Hill and you knock on the door of Congress people, do you find they're at least more aware of the problem? Are they more receptive to it? It doesn't feel like some radical tree-hugging idea anymore, that like the middle of the country understands that this is a problem because it's happening in front of our eyes.
This is science and this is real, and people need to survive and live. And people are scared of the conversations.
So you've got a lot of fans who listen to you. What would you say to them about what we need to do different day to day? Forget the big macro, but how do we make a dent in this as we go about our lives?
Well, I mean, I didn't bring my book. I was going to bring it and show it to you. It's called What Can We Do? Actually, it's called What Can I Do? And it's Jane Fonda's book. And it's all about her experiences going out of her comfort zone and allowing her fame to mean something on this planet while she's here. And she wants us to all wake up and do what we can. And people are panicked and they don't say, what can I do? So she literally goes through. She's so practical. That's what I love about Jane, among many things I love about Jane. So sure, I went and got arrested for the cause of bringing attention to the conversation. But the conversation is manifold. It's not just recycle or get the plastics out of the ocean, or we have species that are leaving. And everybody gets so scared. They want to go hide under the table and have a cocktail. So do I. But is it going to be our children? So I want us to wake up together and hold hands and make it a positive movement. That's my dream.
I think one reason for optimism is that I have a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old who were born into and are growing up in a world where to them climate change is a fact. It's not a theory.
Yeah.
And it's what they're taught,
Yeah.
and they see it more on the news than certainly you or
But it's
I
not
did
been
growing
politicized.
up.
It hasn't been politicized
They
for
said,
them.
well, yes, this is happening. Here's what needs to happen. So maybe that's one reason for optimism, is this generational turnover.
Yeah.
But they don't have to be convinced of it.
Right.
Most of them, anyway.
Right. One thing Jane pointed out, and it's true, is that they make the individual feel bad, but they're supplying us with plastic everything. So we have to revisit and make things so they can be reusable and share more and include more people in our family, I think. And now I'm going to run for office.
I was going to say, this is it. This is your campaign launch right here. I'll vote for you.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrew delivering.
All right, it just me too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I didn't realize until you walked in here, but we're surrounded right now by Diane Lane memories. I mean, where should we begin as you
Midtown
look
girl.
out these windows?
Somebody had to get raised in the Midtown, right? I went to PS 59, which is on 57th Street. It's the heart of Midtown to me, and of course it's a Whole Foods now. There's so much I could say about that. But anyway, yeah, so that's the building where I had my first audition. It was the Gulf and Western building. When I say first audition, of a job I got, there were plenty of auditions that I've had that I've completely blocked out because who wants to remember those? Those don't count.
But this is a little romance, your
A Little
first
Romance,
film.
1978.
Delightful spot, but hardly the top of the diplomatic ladder.
That's fantastic. What an incredible life you must have had, Monsieur Santorin.
Oh, please, Julius.
For people who don't know, you've been acting. I mean, you're 13, 14 years old, and you've been already acting since you were like 6 years old.
That is true.
What were the roles like leading up to, okay, this movie is my big moment, my breakout?
You know, it sounds like a joke when I say it, that I peaked when I was 10. But in some ways, I did because I had been traveling the world with the La Mama Experimental Theater Group, and it was the 70s, and it was very early 70s. 72 was the first tour. And so, I mean, that I was on as a kid. And so I was 7, and my parents didn't go. And my first passport, I had no front teeth, and it was considered very cute. And it's strange to grow up in the adult world when you're the kid in the room, because if you know too much, you're considered precocious, right?
Yeah.
But they expect you to know a lot in order to fulfill the task and be a team player and be responsible and don't screw up and make the plane and don't lose your per diem. It was like joining the circus. It was like running away and touring the world with young people in the 70s. And it was a much more innocent time. So my dad and mom let me have that experience. I wouldn't have the courage as a parent to let my very young kid have that. I don't know. They were extraordinary people, honestly, to trust the universe as much as they did. It was a wonderful experience. Life by living, life by doing, life by traveling. Got to see so many different cultures.
I was thinking about you because I have a 14-year-old daughter. After a little romance becomes a hit, you're 14, you're on the cover of Time magazine. Laurence Olivier is saying you're the next Grace Kelly. What did all that feel like to a 14-year-old?
Well, I remember approaching the newsstand. We had newsstands, kiosks in the street, and they used to have, there weren't so many magazines then. So one magazine, you'd have 10 of them at a row, you know. And I guess 1978, I mean, you'd have, I'm not going to list the magazines, but Time magazine always had the upper right-hand corner as if it were dog-eared, and you'd see a photograph of some world leader. And in my case, it was Henry Kissinger. And I thought, this is really bizarre. This is a very surreal experience. I'm clearly having an out-of-body experience, and this too shall pass. And I thought about birdcage liner, and I thought, it's just paper. It's not going to. Don't allow this to mean anything to me, because I knew it wasn't about merit. I could trace back how it was that I wound up on the cover of Time magazine, and it wasn't because I had done anything. It was because I was an anomaly. And it was a curiosity to have people that young in the film industry as a new wave of culture and cinema. And I thought, oh, interesting. But I knew that it wasn't going to be. I mean, we're still dining out on the story literally, because Time magazine usually is about a very meritorious person, right? And I felt a little embarrassed, honestly, because I was playing handball under the 59th Street Bridge, thinking, I have no business being on the cover of Time magazine. This is crazy. I'm sure my dad was thrilled, you know. That's my kid, you know.
Of course.
But I was sitting there going, please don't ask me to live up to that.
But where did you get the wisdom to have that perspective at 14 years old? Because it seems...
Growing up around adults, probably.
Right.
No filter from people around me. But the tempered innocence, you lose innocence as you grow, and then you start to value your own innocence. And that was working with George Roy Hill. That's what he said about his movies, that they're always about innocence, the loss of innocence of the main character. So he saw the theme in his own work. That's cool. When you're not, he didn't have to audition for his jobs. You could create your own job. It's different when you're an actress. You sort of go, is this going to be the one? Do I feel like I want to do this? It's different than writing it and having a vision for the end product. I'm sort of a tapestry thread, you know, and how they edit it and how they put the music and the credits and how they promote it. It's all out of my hands, and I like it that way, because if I were in control, then I'd have to take all the blame. You know, it's not worth the credit. It's too big a risk.
That's so interesting, right?
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Because you could say, well, what's the next one?
Right.
Next.
Right.
It's okay.
I mean, it feels like watching your career, even to now, you do have this perspective on what it means to be a movie star. I'm sure you don't like that term, or a celebrity, and that it doesn't really interest you that much.
Well, it does in terms of what people like Jane Fonda have done with it. Meaning, if you live a long time, and you can add, you know, something to humanity in terms of what you've done with your fame. Right. That I think is.
But the things you went through as a child, becoming a child star can ruin people, obviously. And then you're in Coppola movie. They push you through and you have this incredible young career, but you survive it and then some, and you're being nominated
Isn't it interesting that they use the word survive?
Yeah, well, because there are some
Because
people
it is a
who don't.
gauntlet of
Yeah.
potential bad choices that you're not even supposed to be aware enough to make good or bad choices. It's all luck, or some person in the background who's a marionette and you're the puppet, and there's strings being pulled that allow you to have good fortune compared to somebody else. One of the things my dad said to me as he knew he was dying, he said, isn't it enough, Diane? Don't you think it's somebody else's turn? And because he's brutal. My dad was famously brutal, hence an acting teacher.
Right.
Cut you asunder, right? in a way that nobody else can, or you wouldn't allow anybody else to. And it was almost like saying, are you going to keep going? I knew he was daring me to keep after it. He wanted me to have one of those lifer type careers.
And you have, right? I
Yeah,
mean, look,
but
here you are.
Am I supposed to go another
yeah,
30 years?
It's like, so what's the secret if somebody's watching right now to keep that ball in the air the way you have, to have had all these phases where you go
Being open to change.
Really? Yeah.
I think so. Being open to change. I mean, the human body is very humbling, and if you're a woman, you certainly are aware of the way change is part of your fate, because there's only a window of time within which you can procreate. And that is such a blessing. And it is also a measure of worth that men don't experience. And it is also a tremendous gift because you, in some ways, get to be born fresh. I gotta watch my terms because my grandmother was a Pentecostal preacher. I don't want to get into trouble. But you can be born freshly in your own self-understanding by not internalizing any longer the male gaze. Unless you want to.
Right.
unless it's fun for you now, and you can do it your way, on your terms. And so I'm watching women these days, and I'm very heartened by the diversity of representation that is accessible to young people today. But see, it takes strength. You have to be able to come up against all these things that want you to internalize them and make you an insecure person. So every little lesson that you get and being able to change and adapt and not let it define you is the goal for women, I think.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You've been consistent. Was it gratifying in that run, sort of perfect storm, unfaithful, under the Tuscan sun, to just have this? People knew you from a little romance, and they knew you along the way, and then here she is again, you know?
John Cusack and I made a film together, and we sat in the trailer at one point, and he said something that I'm going to quote, and he's going to have to forgive me, because maybe he would disagree with himself at this point. And there were these books on the table, and he says, I think we're the coffee table book actors. We make everybody feel super comfy, cozy. We've been there since they were 12. They are now whatever age they are, and we're still here, and they know they're okay because we're still here. And I thought, I can work with that. I'm not ashamed of that at all. I bring it because we want to see what else you got, and that's part of the reason I chose this show is because it's so completely fresh and different for me as a show, even if I were just watching it. So to think of myself in it, get a little squirrely, but that's the fun of it. You're supposed to do the work that scares you.
It's funny, when I interviewed him for this show a couple of months ago, he was saying sometimes he'll be watching TV and he'll come across a movie on cable, and he said it's like looking at your old yearbook photos. You go, who is that guy? What is up with your hair? Who is that guy? You know?
Fun.
Do you ever come across your old stuff when you're watching TV, or do you?
Well, I call it my young stuff. Yeah, so it cuts both ways. I mean, sure, I do, and I always want to break the mold. I mean, when you're an actor, you want to be able to disappear into something as much as you're allowed, or have the courage, or can pull off. I think it's an incredibly noble profession, and I did not used to think that. I used to really poo-poo my profession because I grew up in it.
Yeah.
You know, wherever you grow up, you have to leave. And this pandemic, actors got me through it. And of course the crew and everybody that makes actors shine. But they're the ones on camera. Everything that makes that moment possible, yes. But the actors get us through it. And the comfort we have taken from watching the shows. But my hat's off to the profession, because we're able to increase our compassion and have diverse experiences vicariously and expand our imagination and our sense of what's possible for ourselves. We feel seen. They're championing something that we wish we could champion, so we have champions now. It's an amazing craft, and I see why so many people want to break in, and I'm glad for my daughter, because there's a lot more lot more access.
She's into it, right?
She's into it.
And you've encouraged her?
You know, I discouraged her.
Oh, you did?
I think most people in my profession discourage their offspring. Because
you know too much.
I know too much. And she has seen behind the curtain in Oz, as I call it. And after graduating Gallatin at NYU and after her journalist education, this is the real storytelling in a way. In a way. And I think I have the sense that she's going to morph into writing things. That's every parent has a fantasy they project onto their kids. So forgive me, Eleanor, but I think she's got it in her to be sort of I always say you can replace an actor. They're the most replaceable thing in a way, but you can't replace the writing. That is, if it's not on the page, how do you expect that to get to the stage?
Right.
It's got to be in the writing. And I think she's incredibly gifted. And of course, she can act, and she's beautiful. That's fine. But I still think that, write something for actors to do forever. You know, then to me, that's the highest height.
Well, congratulations on the series. It's
Thank
outstanding,
you.
and it's just fun to walk through your career. Because it's a pleasure.
To speak with you today.
Nice to see you.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice.
Hi everybody, welcome to Dylan Dishes Cooking with Cal on Today All Day. This week it's Taco Tuesday, and we are showing you our favorite ways to turn any Tuesday into a fiesta with my steak tacos and turkey veggie quesadillas. And of course, any taco night wouldn't be complete without a great salsa. So don't miss a bonus recipe, my zesty mango salad, which can be made mild or spicy, however you like it. All right, so planning meals for an entire week can be so challenging, so stressful. One way to make meal prep easier is to give each night its own theme. I find that when you have a theme, it's easy to program your favorite dishes to kind of match that menu. So our first recipe is for steak tacos. For this steak marinade, you're gonna need garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, orange, lime, vinegar, oil, and salt. And for the homemade salsa to top these tacos with, you'll need tomatoes, onions, garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, olive oil, lime, and salt. So I've got this split up into our different ingredients. This is all going to be for the marinade, and this is all for our pico de gallo and our toppings and everything once we actually make the tacos. So, here we go. Let's get started. So what we're going to do first is make a marinade for our skirt steak. We want it to marinate for about 2 to 8 hours. Any longer than that, the steak's gonna turn to mush. Oh, I got my hug. I love my hugs. There's a fancy way you can make this with a mortar and pestle. I just like to throw it all in the food processor. It's not as fancy, but it gets the job done.
Can I be able to go off?
Sure. Can I show you a trick?
I did a great job.
All right, throw all that in there.
These are awesome girl legs.
Say, Chanel, this is jalapeno business.
Chanel isn't jalapeno business.
That's Chanel's favorite joke. Just throw in some cilantro. Yummy. Throw this in there.
Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. I can't taste it.
You want to taste it? Here.
I'm tasting the juice.
You can have that one. I'll do the juices.
Then can I blend it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the blender.
Vinegar?
Ooh, yummy.
Smell that. I think I only have like 2 tablespoons left. Olive oil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Still.
All right, so we have our marinade and we're going to pour it all over the steak and then just let it sit for the next several hours. Let's cover this up and pop it in the fridge and then we can make our salsa. Just need a couple of big chops because we're gonna let the food processor do all the work. Do onions make you cry?
Yeah.
Oh man. You can remember your trick? Oh, look at how good you're cutting up that tomato. Okay. Unconventional pink color, but that's because of the food processor. You gonna clean this mess for me?
This is a big one.
We're gonna let this sit and all the flavors come together. We've got the steak marinating and all those flavors are gonna come together. And later we'll fire up the grill pan and we'll make our steak tacos, right? Okay. Okay, so we have had the steak marinating all day long, right? It's a little bit closer to dinner time now, right? Are you hungry?
It's already dinner time.
So we should finish this.
Yeah, we have to hurry.
Okay.
I love that sound. Can I do pepper?
Okay, that's why I wanted to do it. Was that the pepper? Should we make some guacamole?
Guacamole! Whoa!
So you'll notice if you look at the meat, it all goes that way, like all the lines are kind of going that way. So we want to cut this way, against the grain, so that it's nice and tender. Otherwise it'll be too hard to chew. All right, should we try it?
How I can't do it, Mommy.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Do you like tacos?
Another one.
The next recipe on our menu for Taco Tuesday is a veggie and turkey quesadilla. The secret to this recipe is to really just use whatever you have around the house. Just open the fridge, pull out whatever veggies or meat you have on hand. And here's how Cal and I made our easy cheesy quesadillas. Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Ready to get started? Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect.
Okay, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
Why did that gross the onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last
Did
night.
someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top. What do you think?
Yummy.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, Ollie, what's for dinner?
Later.
Tacos? Can you say taco? Ollie, can you say taco?
Taco.
And cheese? Ollie, can you say cheese?
Cheese.
Ollie, can you say beef?
Beef.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. So you just heard Ollie say it. It's Taco Tuesday, and this week we're showing you our favorite ways to turn any night into a fiesta. Now, of course, this theme night wouldn't be complete without chips and salsa, and sometimes I like to mix it up with something sweet. So I recently taught Calvin how to make my mango salad that doubles as a salsa. I love this recipe because it's really versatile, and for this recipe you're going to need mango, shallots, red bell pepper, cilantro, and lime juice.
Sour. That's not sour. Juicy.
Juicy and sweet? You were just teasing? All right, that's enough mango, right? So can you help me put all the mango in the bowl?
This is all my pile.
That's your pile?
And this is your tiny bit pile.
I can do this bit pile?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's slip out my hands.
Do you know what this is?
No. Oh, yeah, onion.
It does look like an onion. This is actually called a shallot.
Wait, it's gonna hurt my eyes.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt my eyes.
It's not gonna hurt your eyes, okay? What is this?
Tomato, pepper. Squeeze it.
A pepper? Why do you want to keep squeezing? This is for the lime, silly goose.
That's a big strip.
All right, let's put the red pepper in. What color is missing in here?
Green.
Green.
Cilantro.
Cilantro. You can help me pick off some of these leaves, okay?
Exposed on my own.
He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
I don't think so. Have you ever tasted cilantro?
No.
Nice pop of color. Pop.
I'm sure I'm strong, man.
So you could try to squeeze it first on your own. You squeeze and twist. Squeeze and twist.
I do the other lime, okay, Mom?
I don't know if you need the other line. Let's add a little salt and pepper.
Yes, sir!
Because the salt brings out the sweetness. And we'll do a little pepper.
Brings out the spiciness. Yes.
For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
And I dropped the noodles, my bad. 5-second rule, but just to be safe, I'm gonna put them in the dishwasher. But I mean, other times, if I was on national television, I'd still go by the 5-second rule. I'm Matthew Smith, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. When I really started cooking was when I was 7 years old. That's when I really got into the love of cooking. My family's Vietnamese heritage definitely influences my cooking style. My Bao Wai uses some specific ingredients that I still use to this day. I've kind of looked into those ingredients from starting to see things on the internet and starting to kind of be like, oh, lemongrass, for example, is actually used in Vietnamese cooking. And then from there, digging a little deeper, I actually learned, oh, that was the ingredient that my grandma might have had used in one of her recipes. I didn't really have an exact game plan, but I just kind of loved the experience. I think that the best thing that I learned from participating on the show was not something that I realized immediately. It's actually something that I've come to realize over the years, is that food has so many memories behind it, because when I think about it, I don't remember every single dish I made. I don't remember if I finished it in the correct time period. I don't even remember if the judges liked it or not. But I remember are those 23 other kids on the show who were just such a blast, and the memories and going out to eat with them and living the life in LA. That's what I remember the most. At the start of this pandemic, I had a lot of time off from remote learning, so I decided to cook for 100 days straight. You know, first it was Italy, then it was Asia, then it was like a dessert route. But my dad did remember it as 100 days of cleaning. I'm still 11 years old, so some of my favorite hobbies, I think, are definitely playing the piano. I love playing downstairs Ninja, gotta like boom, 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 boom. I think my favorite equipment is probably just the rings because you could just kind of climb on them, and I love reading, you know? So my advice for adults who are not great cooks is try to just see the other joys of it, because cooking isn't just about making the food. So just find a part of that you like to enjoy the process as you go along with it. Welcome to my kitchen. Today, I'm going to be making my Bao Wai inspired crispy chicken ramen bowl with soy sauce eggs. I love this dish because it reminds me of Bao Wai because of all the Vietnamese flavors. I'm here at my ramen noodle station. I'm going to be needing 120 grams of bread flour. I'm also going to need 60 milliliters of warm water, and this is so we can dissolve our teaspoon of baked baking soda. And finally, we're just gonna need a pinch of salt to give a depth of flavor. I'm gonna dissolve my teaspoon of baked baking soda. So now, in order to get this all incorporated into our bread flour, I'm just gonna kind of make a small well here, similar to how I would do for pasta. I'm just gonna add in my water mixture. For our depth of flavor, just kind of making our taste buds think a little more, we're gonna be adding in our pinch of salt. As you can really see here, our dough is really starting to form. And now I feel like this is all kids' favorite part about cooking, but I'm gonna ditch the fork and I'm gonna get in there with my hands, just kind of starting to add some over since it's very gluey still. We're just kind of starting to add flour, and then majestically, we're gonna really get a dough out of here. And for kneading, there's really two different ways. I kind of like to use the ball of my hand and start kind of like kneading it this way, but you can also put it back upon itself, which creates more layers and spreads the moisture throughout. I'm gonna take my rolling pin, and we're now gonna start rolling this out into a little square to spread more of that moisture and all. We're gonna cover it with the saran wrap and rest it for about an hour. If you want to do it overnight, you can just refrigerate it and take it out in the morning. So now we're going to be getting started at our chicken station to make our crispy chicken, the star of the show. But for this, you're just going to need two skin-on chicken thighs, as well as some coarse kosher sea salt and some grapeseed oil. So now it's time to score our chicken. This is just by kind of making small cuts within the skin and not the actual poultry. This is gonna ensure that we get a really nice crispy chicken breast. And it will also make sure it crackles up. Now using my other hand, I'm just gonna salt it, making sure to get into all of those cracks as well. I have some grapeseed oil, which is perfect for cooking at high temperatures. So I'm now just gonna add in our chicken breasts that we made, chicken thighs, my bad. And we're gonna put them skin down and let them cook for about 7 to 10 minutes. And you wanna cook it to an internal temperature of 165 degrees. It says that it is an internal temperature of 166. So I think we did our job, everybody. So now I'm just gonna put this out onto a plate. We're gonna let that rest over there. So we don't wanna get rid of all of that goodness on the bottom of the pot just yet, because that's gonna be the base for our broth. I will definitely say while making this, there's a lot of influence from my Bao Wai's cooking this dish more, such as the ginger. It was something she'd use very often. It's so small, and when it's roasted, it just gives that magical and kind of like pop acidic flavor in the back of your throat. So kind of working all throughout the mouth. So now to this pot of chicken goodness, I have my shiitake mushrooms, about 1/4 to 1/2 cup. And to that, I'm gonna add in my sliced ginger, To release that ginger flavor, I really find that by cooking it over low heat and by slicing it, it really releases the flavor even more. And now we're gonna add in the minced ginger since we just want it to disintegrate, but we don't want it to burn. You know when this is ready, and I find it's just because you can really smell that ginger coming alive and stuff. That's how I know this is all ready and the mushrooms are a little wilted. I'm gonna add in my chicken stock. So now I'm gonna add in my small star anise. I feel like this leaves a hint of almost like a pho flavor, which has this very odd kind of smell to it, almost majestical if you were to have like a magic castle. But I'm also gonna add in some dried lemongrass. It doesn't have the acidity of fresh lemongrass, but it does give a really nice lemon flavor. So now we're gonna bring this mixture up to a boil, and then we're gonna simmer it for 10 minutes to really let the flavors meld together before adding on almost another layer of seasonings.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand to elections.
All right, anticipated.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time. And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
In order to accomplish these soy sauce eggs, you're gonna need some eggs, sesame oil, some marin, as well as a good amount of soy sauce. The first thing you want to do is bring your salted water to a boil. We're gonna immediately add our eggs, and then you're gonna cook this for 6.5 minutes. So now that my eggs are done cooking, I'm gonna put them in an ice bath. I'm gonna get started making the marinade. I'm gonna add in my 2 tablespoons of soy sauce. And then again, for that little bit of stickiness/sweetness, we're gonna add in our marin, about a tablespoon or so, and then a bowl turn or a tablespoon of toasted sesame oil. It's time to peel our soft-boiled eggs. Now we're gonna let our little babies rest. So now we are at our noodle station and we're here to continue preparing our dough. So I'm gonna get started rolling it by hand. This is a lot more fun, but can also get a little messy too. And I'm just gonna put that on a well-floured surface using some bread flour as well. We're gonna go once, go twice, and then we're gonna start making cuts throughout. One, and then we're gonna take it apart and you got a noodle. For the thickness, there's not like an exact thickness, but not as big as you would cut fettuccine, which is a little wider, but not as small as spaghetti. A lot of it's also trial and error, if I'm honest with you, but that's my favorite part about being a home cook. We're gonna cook these for 4 to 5 minutes so we get those tender, springy noodles, or otherwise known as al dente. Now that our noodles are cooking, we are getting started to finish our broth. So now we're gonna add in that second layer of flavors. So to kind of help that lemongrass out a bit, we have 2 teaspoons of lemon juice, a little bit of soy sauce. I'm gonna add in some mirin, a Japanese wine, also some rice wine vinegar, and then a pinch of salt for, again, that depth of flavor, some black pepper for a little bit of bitterness. That's all ready, and let's go check on our noodles. Those are nice and tender, so I'm just gonna scoop some out into a bowl. It's time to go head over to our broth station. So now we're gonna bring our noodles over and we're gonna add some of our delicious broth. This reminds me of my bao wai or my grandma's pho. Like I said earlier, although I love just when I'm with the food, I also love when I'm with my bao wai or my grandma's. Hello, bao wai. I'm so excited to garnish one of my favorite dishes, but also be with my favorite person. Bao wai, I just want to kind of cut it around the bone, and so I'm gonna probably cut it into 3 pieces. We got our scallions now, bao wai. I'm now also gonna add in my soy sauce eggs, and now we're just gonna cut it bao wai too. And wow, look at that runny egg yolk, bao wai. Isn't that just so satisfying? Now, bao wai, we're gonna get started placing our chicken, and I'll add in both of my eggs, topping it with some black sesame seeds for a little pop. We're just gonna garnish with these spring onions. All right, bao wai, here's the final product. And here it is. How do you think it looks, bao wai? Good? Nice. So good. Bao wai, do you like this dish?
Yes, I love it.
Oh, thank you so much. But thank you. Well, I mean, thank you for teaching, like just kind of being the inspiration to discovering my Asian heritage and making me so proud of that. So now we're gonna continue digging in. I hope you guys enjoyed this recipe as much as I did, and thank you again for joining me.
I have been waiting for this interview patiently because I have always felt weirdly connected to you in so many different ways, because I feel like our lives have these weird parallel paths, and the more I learn about you, the more I feel it. And I just want to say I've missed you for a long time. I'm just happy to sit with you. But how are you? You're in Nashville. What's happening?
Okay, I'm good. I'm in Nashville. We are doing a little bit of touring, mostly on the weekends. Boys are 11 and 14.
No, they're not.
I am seriously not a cool mom anymore. I'm like, you just don't know, Mom. You don't know, Mom.
You don't get it.
You don't get it.
Can I remind you of something? You were here at the Today Show, downstairs in the dressing room, with your boys when they were little. And I went down there and I remembered thinking, watching you with your kids, I want something like that one day.
Yes. And I'm telling you, I have more friends. I'm just like, you can do this. Babies are coming in and you don't get the wrong kids. It just doesn't happen that way. And my kids so clearly not only picked me, but picked each other. And man, what a cool honor. You know, I tell my kids all the time, I am so honored to be your mom. You know, I mean, I even told my 14-year-old that last night because he hugged my parents as they were leaving. Just involuntarily. My dad's 89 and my mom's 84. And I said, after they left, I said, I love you so much, but I just want to tell you what a cool person you are. Because not everybody just wants to volunteer a hug. You know, whether it's your grandparents, you know, an elderly, you're a teenager. He just got up and hugged him, and I was just like, man, you're an awesome boy with a giant heart. And he's like, I know, Mom. I know, Mom.
Wasn't it your
Like,
mom,
I know.
Cheryl, at the beginning? Because, I mean, I remembered thinking, like, I never spoke out loud the fact that I wanted children because I thought I had missed my window. So I thought, I hate to say something out loud that I know can't happen. So I didn't speak it. And one day I was walking with a girlfriend down a street, and she said, well, me and you, we didn't want to have kids, you know, so it worked out great. And I said, well, I actually did. And I just thought I missed it. And I just remember saying it out loud and how weird that was to speak it and then to say it again. And it kind of like made it real. Sometimes I feel like even if you whisper your secret into the mirror, the bathroom mirror, at least it gives it breath and life.
Yeah.
Did you always want kids? Did you talk about it when you were younger? Did you always think about it?
I just never didn't think I would have kids, you know, and I think I was thinking of it in the context of family. It wasn't like I saw myself being pregnant. I couldn't wait to experience having a baby inside of me. It wasn't so much that. It was much more about the wonder of getting to raise a person, you know, and obviously, as you know, Hoda, I was 45 when I adopted my first one. I was 48 when I adopted my second one. I had the gift of getting a lot of things out of my system before I had my kids or before I got my kids. So there wasn't anything that I felt like I was missing. If I stayed home and something was going on, I just didn't feel like I was missing anything, that I wanted to be anywhere else. And that's a gift. I think if I was in my 20s and even early 30s trying to be in the world that I've lived in for the last 28 years, I might have been pulled in a lot of different directions. But, you know, there's one thing about a woman and the biological clock. You know, we get blamed a lot for the demises of relationships. Well, her biological clock, or she wanted kids and I wasn't ready for that. And it's such I don't want to say a sexist thing, but it does feel like that, you know. And I remember my last relationship crumbling largely because that is what I wanted. I didn't want to be somebody's girlfriend and raise their kids. I didn't want to be a stepmom and not be made a wife and a mom. You know, it's sort of like being in a relationship with someone, but being also the babysitter, but not getting to be the real parent. And yeah, that did crumble that relationship. And when I came out of it, it was my mom, and I came out of it and also had breast cancer and went through that. And it was my mom who said, why don't you just get a surrogate and get some sperm? And I mean, this is like Bernice Crow from tiny town in Missouri. My head is like exploding. Like, what did she just say? Like, just have my own babies? What? But it was that. It was her saying, look, you know what? If you adopt, you have a family around you who will stand at the altar with you at baptism and say, we are his community or her community. And that's what they did. And that's kind of what gave me the life raft, to not limit myself to that. Oh, you got to be married. You got to be stable. Then you have kids. My story didn't lay out like that, but the story I was telling myself limited what I thought I could have until somebody stepped in and said, wait a minute, your story doesn't have to look like your mom and dad's story.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to look like the conventional family that you had. Families look like all different things.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? the vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Motherhood deliberations.
All right, it just needs to.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You know what's interesting? You said something in the middle of that story that struck me too, because I was diagnosed with breast cancer at the same time my relationship was falling apart. And what was weird about that moment, when you just mentioned it, I had this weird feeling. But what I remember about it was, it was kind of strange because I felt like I had two pains going on at the same time and I couldn't go down the rabbit hole on one. Like, I was so angry at him, and then I had to go in for my test and they were like, you need a mastectomy. And then I was so mad at the doctors and why me, and I ate apples and ran in Central Park and what are you talking about? I was so mad. And then I was thinking about, but what about, and him, but it was almost like, and I kind of liken it to like having two kids and one kid's coloring on the wall and the other kid's spilling flour all over the floor. And you can't, like, you only have so much attention. So you can't get super mad at that kid because you got this kid over here. So weirdly, your grief is kind of lessened. And I wondered in a weird way if that, I've often wondered, did that help me in some strange way? I couldn't get so depressed on one thing because I had two things to worry about.
Yes. Well, I mean, not to analyze my last relationship, and it was a public relationship. There were a lot of facets to it, but it was a relationship that that I seem to keep going back to. And I think when I got diagnosed with breast cancer, that was like, oh, wait a minute. I think we have to really look at this, and you have to put yourself first. And once I got that message, I really had to sit down and learn how to hold an emotion. I remember my friend who I used to say was kind of psychic, but he said, no, everybody's intuitive. It's just whether you really want to know the truth. He had said to me, he's like, emotions are the gateway to awakening. And I had not really understood that until I had to go through a real grieving process. I had to not do that thing that we get so good at, which is, just don't think about it. Just stay busy. Just make yourself busy. Don't dwell in it. Yeah. And that is the antithesis of what we need to do for healing. We need to actually sit with the pain, the anger, the grief, all of it that goes along with getting to the other side. And the only way to get through it, plow through it and experience it. And so for me, I just embraced it. I said, I'm not going to make a record. I'm not going to pick up my guitar. I'm not going to journal. I'm actually going to sit and be angry and be sad and grieve and all that. And when I came out of it, I just felt like, oh, okay, I remember now who I am. And all these events, I think, kind of help us remember who we are. We get so far away from it sometimes with all the messaging that we put on ourselves about who we are or we aren't. And it was a serious cleanup.
Wow, I didn't realize.
Cleanup on aisle 7.
No, well, I love no records and no journaling. That's interesting, just to sit in the middle of it. Did you ever? I never. And this is probably not healthy. This is me. I never really had a follow-up conversation after it was over. That was the end. And that's how I played it.
Well, I mean, I think in some situations, man, I'll tell you what, I am blessed to have a wise mom, but she said, no matter what you think you're going to get from that conversation, you're never going to get what you think. And I mean, that's part of, I guess, the end of a relationship. There's not generally closure unless you both are I mean, that if you communicated that way, you might not have split. But in my relationship, I was not ever going to get the kind of answer I thought I was going to
Yeah,
get.
that's interesting.
I don't know if you're like this, Hoda, but I have measured myself for almost my whole life by my productivity, and that's what gave me self-worth, and not just the quantity, but the quality. You know, it couldn't be 10 songs. It had to be 10 great songs, and they couldn't be 10 top 200 songs. They had to be 10 top 10 songs. You know, it's like
it's exhausting.
At a certain point, it's exhausting, and you wind up never feeling fulfilled. So, you know, sometimes in order to fill yourself, you have to like sit with it.
Sit with it. Wow. Yeah, because I know it's like when you put a song out, they're like, well, when's the next one? You put an album out. When's the next one? You write a book. When's the next one? You're like, oh my God, how about this one? How about if we sit with this one for 1 second?
Can we just look at this baby right here? Look at this cute chubby baby.
Oh.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I was just thinking back to the infancy of your career, and I know that people look at you and think, you know, they see you, first of all, I watched you, I think at Radio City. That was one of my final concerts before the world shut down, and I loved every second of it. But I was just thinking about, people probably think, well, somehow it was easy for her. But I loved knowing that, and I think it was 1986, you were pounding the pavement, and they were like, no, darling, no, not you. Nothing, doors were opening, and you were talented. So what was happening there?
Well, you know, I look back on it and I think, man, I was so lucky to come up when I did and not come up now, because now everything is so brand oriented and so all about self-promotion. But back in the old days, back in the dark ages, I moved from St. Louis, where I was a school teacher, and I thought, well, I was 25, I was 24, and I had a bunch of tapes, and I thought, I'm just going to go out to LA and see what happens. And I got a Thomas guide, and I found out where all the studios were, and I took my tapes to every studio. And if I get them to the studios, and somebody will pick it up and listen to it and discover me, you know. And it was literally like an episode of Friends. And, you know, slowly I wound up getting a little bit of work, and then I overheard some backup singers talking about the Michael Jackson audition, and then I crashed the Michael Jackson audition, and I mean, it just
crashed the Michael Jackson audition. Just even to say that out loud,
it's crazy. And I think part of what was in my favor was my naivete. I mean, I just didn't ever think. I just thought, well, what's the worst thing that can happen? Sorry, you can't come in. You weren't recommended. Well, you know, it's hard to explain, but all I would say is that what seemed like an overnight success. My first album didn't even come out until I was almost 30.
Oh, really?
So, yes, and 30 by all intents and purposes in the rock and roll world. I mean, I'm old enough to be, at 30, probably Olivia Rodrigo's mom, right? I can remember meeting Taylor Swift on an airplane, and she was literally a teenager, and I was like old enough to be her mom. So yeah, and I've been really lucky. I've had now. God, I hate to even say it, but I'm getting ready to turn 60. So
let's just
I'll be 60 in February.
Let's sit with
And so
that.
I've had 30 amazing years. You know, I've had an incredible journey, and I don't know that you can even have that kind of career anymore because the attention span is so shrunk and everything is so fast and all about social media and here today and gone tomorrow. I feel lucky that I had those pound the pavement years where nobody would give me a record deal because I was a blue-eyed soul singer is what they called it. Back in the day when Madonna, I mean, it was all about Madonna and Paula Abdul, and people were like, we don't know what to do with you.
Yeah. Who are you?
So
wait, you said the word 60. How did that feel coming off your tongue? How do you sit with 60? How does that feel?
You know those little bumps you get on the side of your tongue that are like a little canker sore or whatever? That's what it feels like. No, I mean, yeah, I don't love it, but you know, I have to say I'm really at this point in my life, I am happy. Something really changed after the cancer episode and getting my kids, and you know, if I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now. And that's a good place to be, you know, for somebody who's always measured themselves by shucking and jiving through, you know, life. Like, look at me, I can twirl, I can sing, I can play the bass and the piano, you know. And to be able to say, you know what, I love my life. It's a great place to be.
Now, what has motherhood given you that your work couldn't, that relationships couldn't?
Well, I mean, motherhood has changed. It's created a barometer for sure. I mean, I don't make any decisions that aren't pretty well decided by virtue of what my kids have going on. So, although that I'm sure irritates everyone around me, I don't plan anything without, like, I've already been told by my 11-year-old he doesn't want to go on the tour this summer.
Oh.
He wants to stay home and play baseball and you know, hang out with his friends.
So now what do we do?
Well, we got invited to play in Europe the first week of school. I don't want to do that.
Okay. So you're not doing.
So I mean, we're gonna we've been learning the lesson of, first of all, compromise, and secondly, friendly. What is it? Not tyranny, but. When you're the ruler of a country, this is what happens when you're 60.
Dictator?
You can't think of words. Friendly dictatorship, yes. So if it doesn't work in the compromise, then there's the friendly dictatorship. But yeah, I mean, I would say that I had to really, before I could be happy being a mom, I had to be happy. And that was the first thing. And then being a mom has been the greatest gift and the greatest occupation. I mean, I have full respect for moms across the board. Single moms, working moms, even married moms. Being a mom is no joke. It's 24 hours a day. And unless you're going to let somebody else raise them, you are on call 24 hours a day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Do you have room for another love in your life, do you think?
I do.
Do you already have that?
I don't.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I don't. I mean, I don't want to say sadly. I mean, our family is. I mean, we're complete. It's tricky now. I mean, it's just tricky.
Sure.
You date somebody and you pretty quickly decide how they might fit, or if they unequivocally, you wouldn't even let them near your kids. You know what I mean? And truth be told, I just don't feel like I'm missing it anymore. I mean, I love the idea of it, and I would love to be loved and to love, but my first loves are my boys, and whatever I bring in or whatever comes in, I'm open. I'll just say that. I'm open.
You're open. When it came down to, my girls were adopted too. They're 4 and 2, and they know they're adopted. Obviously, I've told them, and I know more questions are coming as we go. And I guess I'm looking for a little advice because I don't really quite know. Like, first I thought, should I volunteer information? I thought, no, let me wait till they ask me. There's such tricky conversations to have. How did you know how to navigate those waters?
Well, I had 2 different situations with my boys. I knew Wyatt's birth mom, and I did not know Levi's birth parents. But what I did with Wyatt was I made his story. I made a book, The Story of Wyatt, and I had pictures of the day he was born. My mom and dad were there, and I got to take him home. He was 4 hours old, and so I had all these pictures, and it explained who everybody was, and it talked about how, I'd asked God to be a mom, and that I knew that God was going to take care of me, and that if I was supposed to be a mom, I would be, and that lo and behold, God brought you into my life, and but that he came through somebody else's tummy, but I got to be his forever mom, So anyway, he, from a very early age, not only was not interested in it, didn't want to see it at all.
Oh, okay.
And even really up into the age that he was able to understand it, well, actually, period. He's not wanted to see that book. He hasn't been ready. He chose his life, and he didn't want to know about the rest of it. My Levi is he's very pragmatic. There is nothing he will not say or ask. If you want to know if you look fat in a pair of jeans, he will tell you. And he's right off the cuff. Were my birth parents short? Because I really want to play basketball. I mean, these are the things that matter to him, He asks questions, and he has the story of Levi as well. And he likes it. He doesn't want to look at it, but he's going to be my, I'm going to go out and find him on my own. And I've told both my boys, when you are ready, when you become old enough, like 18, I'll help you. We'll go find him together. And nothing will come between the way you and I love each other, but you have a lot of love. So, and you love people in a lot of different ways, and families look differently. no, but neither one of them have asked me why their birth moms gave them away.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those questions will be hard. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know how you feel about it, but I do have that fear of, okay, someday when I'm older, they go find their younger mom,
Mm-hmm.
and suddenly I'm going to spend Christmas at my mom and, you know, or
Mm-hmm.
with my real brother.
Mm-hmm.
And I get emotional about it and I get
Yeah.
scared. But you know what? It's like it's like I tell my dad when he's worrying, there's no point in worrying about it. It's not going to fix it.
Yeah.
You know, when you get there, you get there. So that's just the way I'm approaching it.
I think, yeah, that sounds healthy. And I like this sort of God's got this. It's sort of like, you know, because I have those feelings too. And they don't ask many questions now. They're super young,
Right.
but they do know a lot of things. So I just,
yeah.
I literally, some days I get this ouch in my stomach. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I got to be ready. Like,
Yeah.
how's this gonna go? What do they think when you're on stage? Are they wigged that you're up there killing it, or do they think it's
Early days, they didn't really understand it. Like, I've
Mhm.
got videos of both the boys coming out in their PJs. I had this wonderful nanny who's now my assistant, and they would always come say goodnight before they'd go to bed, like at 8:30, you know, and I'd just be getting started, and they'd come out, and sometimes they'd come out on stage in their PJs and do a little jig or whatever, and they just seeing all those people. That's, you know, they didn't really understand what that meant. And then when I started making the record before the last called Be Myself, and I was making it during school hours, I would go pick them up and I'd bring them back to the studio and we'd work for another couple hours. They got to be around during the making of that record and understand, oh, this isn't just something where she goes out on stage and sings songs. She works. Like, it's a workplace and it's like serious work hours and doing things over and over. And then they got interested in it and got to like learn about some of the engineering stuff. And then it became like, oh, okay, so she's not just famous because she has like All I Want to Do or
Right.
Soak Up the Sun
Yeah.
or the song from Cars. And that made a difference. But, you know, now that they're older, you know, they'll come to the side of the stage and wave, and then they'll go back and want to get on their iPads. And I'm just like, no.
no? Oh,
No. So they make money by helping out.
is that how they do?
They make $5 a gig for bringing out guitars. And 2 summers ago when we were out with Phil Collins in Europe,
Yeah.
about halfway through the gig, Levi's like, we're walking off stage and Levi's like, Mom, can we negotiate a flat rate? $5 a gig doesn't seem like very much. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're 9 years old. How do you know what a flat rate is?
How do you even get that? Wait, are they musical? Do they are either of them in the music?
They are musical, but that, you know, I think part of it is they came in that way, but also they've been saturated and by osmosis they are musical.
Cheryl, I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. Thank you so much
Hoda,
for
I
visiting
love
with me.
you.
I love you too. Come see me
Let's
when
get our kids to marry each other.
Oh my God, that would be
Come on, let's
perfect.
do it.
Yes, it's not that big of an age gap. 8 years and 10 years.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
by the time they're adults, you know.
Okay, we'll have a date. All right, honey. Good
Okay.
seeing you.
All right, it's good
Take
to see
care.
you too.
You too.
Thank
Hi, Jenna.
Hi.
I don't know why I'm thinking this in this moment, but I was just thinking when you very first had your very first day at work at the Today Show, I don't picture you being intimidated, but I wonder if when you walked in on day one, if you were.
I mean, yes, I think. And I think I was well aware that I was coming from teaching, that it was a total shift in what I'd been doing. I think the other thing that was hard is that the very first time I sat down on the couch, they were announcing like, oh, you're joining the show and let's talk about you. And for some reason, I know this may sound weird now, but that made me uncomfortable.
Talking about
myself.
yourself.
Like telling the stories. I was so excited because then we were flying to Dallas and I was going to tell the story of this little boy that I'd met there that I just loved. And that part felt natural to me, the storytelling about somebody else. But when they were talking about me, I just remember like blushing and feeling kind of embarrassed.
I remember the initial days, and look, NBC's a great place to work and everyone's really nice. But whenever you go into a new place and the people have been there for years and years and years and you're learning the skills, like I know that you're a worker, but I didn't realize how hard you worked until you came to NBC. I mean, you did not stop. You were like, I am going to work. I'm going to work until I learn all this stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, a therapist might say too much because I think, you know, coming into a new place, I'm also aware of what people might think about me. You know, I have a public life. I had a public life really by not my choice, but I was born into one. And so I'm not naive. I knew that people might think, oh, you know, she doesn't need to work. You know, why does she work hard? And so I think I tried to prove otherwise. And maybe people didn't even think that. You know, I have no idea, but I worked against that.
So I don't think I've ever been anywhere with you where someone hasn't said, "Oh my gosh, I knew your grandfather. I worked with your dad," and I wondered. You always have, you know, a beautiful smile, and you're always wanting to hear how, what. Oh yeah, I'll tell them. But I wondered, like, how does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's always been that way,
Yeah.
and it's so funny because Puppy actually just said something to me. She said, "Daddy told me that you used to not like that people knew who you were, and now that you're okay with it." And I was like, that's probably true. I was also like, why are they talking about me? But that's probably true. I think in college in particular, you know, Barbara and I, we were normal kids. Like we had a very normal childhood. We grew up in Midland, Texas, moved to Dallas. You know, it was interesting because we had grandparents who had big jobs, but they weren't in our day to day. So it was foreign to us, which is weird. And I know that that's probably hard for people to believe, but it was. And so much so that when my dad became president, he was like, don't worry, you can be normal. Like he just wanted to give us what we wanted, but like obviously we couldn't. But I think he really believed that.
How did they do that? Like, what did they do to make life normal? Like,
I think they just never asked us to go on we didn't do one campaign or political event for our dad until we graduated from college.
Oh, wow.
I mean, when we were little, we might have done a thing or two for my grandfather. But once my dad ran for president, we didn't go to one thing. I mean, election night, you know, but during the campaign trail, we didn't want to be part of it. And that was okay with him. Like he wasn't using us as his daughters for any sort of, you know, campaign picture or anything like that. We just weren't part of it. And I think, you know, I think they allowed us to have our lives. I think one thing that was really fortunate for Barbara and me is that college is this really selfish time.
Yeah.
Meaning you're trying to figure out who you are outside of your family, outside of what the expectations your household has for you. And so we could be in that. You know, we could like explore. And so we didn't really think a lot about all that came with our dad's job. You know, we could try to come up with our own identity. And so I think then it was hard. I mean, it was particularly hard for Barbara, who went to Yale, didn't know anybody. And she says even now, she's like, I don't think anybody voted for Dad. And even her college roommates were in the front row of like some book event. I'm like, no, surely y'all voted for him. And they were like, no, we did not. So I think it was particularly hard for her. I mean, I went to a school where I was surrounded by friends I already had. But I think that type of thing embarrassed us.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about how cool it would be to have a twin sister to go through life with. You know exactly what the other's feeling. She just had a baby.
I know.
She's been waiting for that for so long.
I mean, it's because we've done everything together, and particularly when we were little, you know, we were in sync. One of us wasn't older and therefore cooler and had a different reaction to something that was happening. We had a really shared history because we were the same age. And so it's interesting how adulthood happens and how I just met Henry and like was a child bride and had kids, you know, and that she didn't meet somebody. You know, she had a lot of boyfriends, but wasn't And people always asked about it. I mean, it was kind of disheartening, to travel
Painful.
with her, and people would say like, well, why aren't you married?
Painful. Oh, God.
I mean, painful is the right word. And, actually Condoleezza Rice once said that people asked her too why she's not married. Even now, after she was Secretary of State, after she's done all these things, like when you want to ask her about like the nuclear code or something,
Is there
like, why are you
something else?
asking that question? And so I think, one of the things that people assume too is like, why hadn't she had kids? And she actually had decided before my grandmother died, she had a conversation with my grandmother where she had decided to have kids on her own.
She did.
And she talked to
your
my grandmother
about
about it. And my grandmother said, I think that's a really good idea. And so Barbara froze her eggs and was planning, if she didn't meet somebody, to go ahead and do it, and then hopefully meet somebody else, or, I don't, that was her plan. And she was so, I think she was so comforted by our grandmother's response, which was encouraging. She was so encouraged by our 92-year-old grandmother's, that she thought, that sounds like a good idea.
Do you miss her, your sister?
Yeah, I do. I mean, she's going to be moving back here.
Oh, she is. Okay.
So I'll be spending more time with her, but I do. It's interesting how our lives followed this very similar narrative as little kids, and then took this, I just started a family earlier. It'll be really fun to watch her become a mom, and she's FaceTiming me with the baby, feeding the baby a bottle, and all of those, like wondering what we should do for Halloween, like all of these things that where our narratives are coming back together. And I just can't wait to watch her, become a mom.
I know there's so many, when you think of all these phases of life where you think, I couldn't breathe without the person next to me.
Yeah.
And suddenly they're not next to you.
Yeah.
And
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Back. I'm so happy. I didn't know she was moving back.
Yeah, she's moving back here, which I think will be really great.
God.
Yeah.
Thank God. You're about to turn 40. How does that sit with you? How does 40 sit?
It's interesting. It feels, I mean, in some ways, I haven't even really thought about it.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's interesting is that my dad had a big milestone at 40. He quit drinking the day after his 40th birthday. Wow. And I actually don't remember him ever drinking. Like, I was 5 years old, so my first memories I had no memory of him ever drinking alcohol. And so it's interesting to me because a lot of his stories, to us, just in our family, sort of begin at 40. His life I think he had like a new lease on life at 40, a really important revelation that he just couldn't, drink. And so that's something, I mean, that sits with me. That sits with me because it was just a really important part of our family. Like that choice that he made really had ramifications that felt all the way down to us. And so that's an interesting thing.
Is that something that he talks about?
Yeah.
He does? Well,
I mean, he does. He didn't, he really just woke up on the day after his 40th birthday. I'm like, Henry, you better watch me on my 40th birthday because I don't really want to quit. I don't think I need to. But he woke up and just decided that it didn't suit him, that he wasn't as present of a parent or a husband as he wanted to be. And so, yeah, he talks about it. I mean, he talks about just how, and I think it's something that's super important that in my life, to just take stock of the choices that I'm making, and make sure that, and it's something that I think about. He had a conversation with me when I was younger and just said, always it runs in our family, alcoholism.
Yeah.
And so think about it, just make sure that you're making those choices that are best for your family. And so I do think about that because I think there is this culture and with motherhood in particular where it's like, celebrates.
Right. Mommy juice. Let's go to the park. We'll meet together.
Yeah, or
it's a lot of fun.
Mommy drinks this.
Yeah.
And I think because I had a father who was, vocal about that choice, that it makes me just think about it in my own life too.
I was going to ask you if anything scares you, and I wondered if that was on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it does. And we have, other friends, people whose parents were alcoholics. And I mean, I think I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on, I don't feel like it affects me in a way, but my sisters quit drinking. My mom no longer drinks. So, it definitely is something that, I don't think it's as scary because I don't remember
that part.
My dad drinking too much. And I never really thought, my mom, I don't remember my mom drinking too much. So it's not like, but I think I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah. Does anything intimidate you? Like if someone were to walk, is there a person who could walk in the room right now who would intimidate you in one way or the other in terms of like, oh my God, I can't believe that person's here. I feel like we've met a lot of cool people.
I know, I'm trying to think. I mean, I think, it's funny because when I was first interviewed for a book that I wrote, Diane Sawyer asked me like who I'd be starstruck by. And I think she expected me to say like Justin Bieber or something, but he wasn't big then. I mean, I don't know who would have been like
somebody
the 2006
like
Justin Bieber, but Justin Timberlake, whoever it was. And I was like Toni Morrison.
You said that when you were that?
Yes. And because I loved Toni Morrison. And she actually said after the interview, she said, "What are you doing now?" And I was flying back to Washington, D.C., and she said, because I wanted to invite you to my house and have Toni Morrison come over. And I was like, damn.
Wait, first of all, I cannot believe that's who you said.
And she was shocked, and Diane Sawyer is friends with Toni, friends with Toni Morrison.
So you've loved, I know you love books because you talk about it. Have you loved them forever? I mean,
yes.
Oh my God.
And Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye I read, I think my sophomore year in high school, and it totally changed my perspective on everything. And it's hard to even articulate why.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world, we cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Jenna, one of the things I love about this podcast, and I love since we started, is I really do feel like I'm sitting in a therapy session. I'm meeting people, and I feel like I almost feel guilty that this is a job. I'm like, oh my God, thank you. You know, you pay a therapist. I'm like, so how much? But I remember when Pastor Michael Todd came on, he had such a profound effect on me. There was something about how he viewed the world with intention, how every day he set off with something in mind to do, not just, oh, well, it's another Wednesday. But one of the things that struck me the most was what he said about his relationship with his wife and how he builds on it. He said that we become different people every 5 years. So this is what he had to say.
If you're married more than 5 years, you're not married to the same person you married. And we got a revelation that you keep changing every 5 years, and I needed to relearn who she was. What she used to like, she didn't like anymore. And so I would do certain things, and I was like, man, that used to really work. That used to really get you going. What happened?
I mean, that right there, is that the plainest statement? You've been with Henry for a long time.
It's the plainest, but when you told it to me, it was like a light bulb went off, because I have said to Henry, but why aren't you as joyous?
Yeah.
When I first met Henry, I remember him skipping.
Oh,
he was real? I don't know if he actually did it, but that's the energy that I got from him. He was so carefree. I mean, he just was filled with joy.
Yeah.
I think that's who he is.
Yeah.
But obviously, however many years later, 13, 14 years later, there's other things that have happened in life that he's not the same person. And I shouldn't expect that. But until you told me what the pastor said, I had never thought of it that way.
Me too. I did the same thing when it came to Joel, and think about us too.
Yeah.
By the way, you're a completely different person than the person I met when you started working here.
Yeah.
You're totally different. You're new. You come in with a million ideas. You're so in charge. You are so in charge.
I am.
Yes, you're in charge, man. You have this thing, which I found really admirable, because you could walk into a place where you have learned the craft. You've learned this craft faster than anyone I've ever seen. You have the craziest news instincts that I haven't seen with someone who hasn't been in this business for 15 years. You're like, let's lead with that. Why don't we take a break here? Why don't we, all those little bits and pieces. But that's just how you've changed professionally. But I was just thinking about the same thing back to me and Joel. It's it's the exact same thing. Joel doesn't like the same things he liked.
Yeah.
We always ate at the same place. I never really liked the place.
Yeah.
Why are we eating there again?
Yeah.
I never wanted it. I did it for you, because now we're just being who we are.
Yes.
We're not pleasing anymore.
Yeah, and I thought his thought about really getting to know somebody, and no matter who, even parents and friends and siblings, to really think okay, this is who I know you as, but you're not even, who are you now? I thought that was brilliant.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You know, it's so funny. A friend of mine who I haven't spoken to in like a few months called me just to talk. And I said, well, tell me what happened. And she said, well, my mom passed in September. And it was like a knife in my heart. You know, when you realize that you weren't present for somebody's worst moment. And she said, I'm just going to say one thing to you. She said, my mom told the same story 1,000 times and we all rolled our eyes. And she said, just do this for me. Listen to your mom tell the story again. Whatever her story is, listen and let her tell it to you again and again and again. She just talked about how fleeting it all is. And it just struck me in that moment because as we go through our busy lives doing what we do, someone lost somebody and all she wants to do is listen to the same story just one more time.
Yeah, you know, Henry lost his dad during the pandemic, and we watched this Harry Smith piece about a man, and Henry's dad had polio and was in a wheelchair Henry's whole life. And we watched this piece with Harry Smith together about this man living in a wheelchair who was paralyzed later in life. And Harry said, well, how do you dream? What are you doing in your dreams? And Henry burst into tears and said, why didn't I ever ask my dad what he dreamed about? Because his dad could walk, you know, just wondering, like, and I think it was such a, I said to him and to everybody, like, listen to that story, but also ask your parents or your grandparents or whoever it is what they dream about.
Yes.
Ask them about what they were like when they were young.
Yeah.
Have those conversations because you're right. You know, it's like time is fleeting.
Right. Okay. One of the other life lessons, and we learned a ton of them, was when my dear friend Maria and your dear friend Oprah were together. And I had so admired their friendship. But the thing that struck me was Oprah said that she only has 3 friends. And I think she has lots of acquaintances, lots of people who know her, lots of people who talk to her. She has Maria, she has Gail, and she has Bob, who was her trainer for many, many years, but is obviously her dear friend. Her circle is small and it's tight. And I'm not sure if that's a trust thing, like I know these people will always have my back, or if that's all she needs. So what's your friend philosophy?
Yeah, well, what about Stedman? Stedman's a lover.
You love her, yeah.
It's interesting because that surprises me because there's so many people that feel like Oprah is their friend, but I think it's like she's their friend, but she's these 3 solid, like North Stars almost.
Yeah.
And I think, I have that too, but I do have a lot of friends.
You do.
From a lot of different stages in life, and some of whom I'm, closer with than others.
Yeah.
But, I had parents and grandparents who really treasured friendships. I mean, both of my grandparents saw their best friend on the last day of their life. My grandmother had her best friend over to drink a Manhattan, her favorite cocktail. And my grandfather's best friend, Jim Baker, snuck into the hospital with something to make a dirty martini. And I think I witnessed, it was so ingrained in my family, in the culture of our family, that friendship, they would say it in letters that I read from my grandmother. She asked about my friends. They included our friends in things.
Right.
So it's part of my DNA. So I don't know. It's interesting. I think I have space for probably more than 3.
Yeah.
What about you?
I have a handful, but I do think when someone new steps into my life, like you, I love the feeling. I feel like I'm a better person because of that. Because I think you can keep your tight circle. We all have our 2 a.m. phone call.
Yeah.
Who's your 2 a.m.?
Yeah, probably Farrell, my longest.
Yeah, and mine's probably Karen.
Yeah.
So we know who our 2 a.m. phone
and
call
Barbara
is.
And probably,
and Barbara and Howla.
Yeah.
But you're right. But we've got that core group. But I feel like I'm always enhanced when somebody new steps in and says,
too.
"Oh my gosh, I've got this." The other thing they talked about, Oprah and Maria have both talked about, which is I think we both could use, is how important it is to just stop for a second and stop sprinting through your life. This is what Oprah had to say.
Men don't give themselves the right to rest.
Yes.
I remember, yes, I was working with this meditation therapist when I was doing tour last year, just before COVID hit hard. And we would do this big meditation in the arenas. And whenever he would say to the audience, "You deserve rest," you could see tears flowing out of women's eyes. Men don't cry when they're told you deserve rest, but women start to weep because the very notion that you can give yourself permission to rest is a foreign concept to so many women.
Oh my gosh.
You feel guilty when you rest
it's
sometimes.
so true.
You don't. When do you rest?
I mean, I try to get into bed as early as I can. Like sleep to me is,
Rest.
I like to go to bed early.
Yeah.
But I try to find time to rest. I
Right.
had a mom who did not feel guilty about taking rest.
Really?
Like my
So what
mom
did you-
loved to be in bed.
Oh, she did.
Like, and meaning she would take, if she could, she would take an afternoon nap. No, she
Yeah.
just didn't feel, my mom didn't feel a lot of guilt
No
about
guilt.
this, about those types of things. I'm sure she did, maybe. She just didn't share it
Never-
with us. But that, like being in bed, we would be in bed on Saturday mornings and they'd read the paper and we would have our books. Like that wasn't something she felt bad about. She modeled taking time. I mean,
Yeah.
that's why she asked why we were workaholics.
Well, I do think that the sprinting through and like I was looking at my my week this week, and I was trying to block out some time
Yeah.
that didn't involve anybody.
Yes.
And it was almost impossible to find like 1 hour, 1/2 hour.
Just to like
that you just
read or do whatever you wanted.
And I started blocking it out just so I could try to do something, take a walk in the park, do something that didn't involve, and I love my kids and I love Joel and all the other stuff, but something that just gave you like a half a second just to be.
To have some space. Because I feel like if you do allow for that space, you are better.
Yeah.
You're better at all
Yes.
the other things.
Yes.
But she's so right.
I know. And the fact that women wept when someone said, "You deserve that. You've earned that. That's yours."
And I think that might be a newer thing
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Because I think with, and we see all these studies of women just all, in the last 2 years,
Yeah.
exhausted, teaching their kids and
Yeah.
taking care of their families
Yes,
and also
grinding it.
working from home.
Yes.
It's like, it feels like it's come to a head almost.
Do you know that I know we've both had really long days, so we're all going to make space for ourselves right after this. But I just want to tell you my last guest on season 1.
I'm so happy to be here.
We are going to have season 2. We're so excited. We're launching season 2. We have a whole array of awesome guests who have just beautiful life lessons, just like you did, Jenna.
Well, I'm so happy to be part of this because I know how happy it's made you.
Oh, it's made my
It's
day.
so fun to watch a friend light up at something that maybe wasn't even a possibility a couple years ago. So I'm so happy to be part of this awesome podcast. And usually on the show, I like to stroke your graphic of your face, but we'll just end there.
Okay, let's end there. Goodbye, Jenna.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to our Tuesday edition of Pop Star Plus here on Today All Day. I'm Joe Fryer, filling in for Carson this week. We have a great show for you, including a lot of star power. We'll chat with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson on his new movie, and Hoda has a heartfelt quoted by conversation to share with country legend Reba McEntire. But before we get to all that, Chanel Jones has your first round of Pop Start headlines.
First up, Viola Davis on Monday. Entertainment Weekly shared. Here we go. A first look at the actress as Michelle Obama.
Whoa.
This is in the upcoming Showtime series. It's called The First Lady. The Oscar nominee almost indistinguishable from the former First Lady in the sneak peek. Viola says that she actually spoke with Mrs. Obama before signing on to the project that will cover all 8 years of her White House residency. And she's not the only one stepping into the shoes of a former First Lady. Here's another one. The upcoming anthology series will also include Michelle Pfeiffer as Betty Ford. And this sneak peek, Pfeiffer completely transforms into the wife of our 38th president, known for her outspoken advocacy and personal battles with addiction. And taking it back almost 8 decades in the White House, actress Gillian Anderson as the nation's longest-serving First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt. Anderson rounds out the trio of First Ladies set to be featured in the first season. The First Lady is set to hit Showtime early next year. That's going to be a good one. All right, next up, People magazine will soon find out who will be dubbed People's 2021 Sexiest Man Alive. But ahead of the big reveal, we have a special sneak peek at the guy being honored with the Morning After Saturday Night Live sexy title. I didn't know it was a thing, but it's a thing. And it's none other than breakout star, SNL star Bowen Yang. In the photo shoot, he shows what it's really like to wake up from one of the cast's legendary post-show parties. Even reveals how he likes to celebrate after the show on Saturday night.
What's my usual vibe at the SNL after parties? Am I dancing? Yeah, not well, but I'm dancing. My go-to dance move is, you know what? It's just a step touch, and I'm gesticulating in various ways.
Al, that's yours. That's Al's role.
You know, the hitch. You know, this is where you live. The hitch.
Step
Yeah, just kind of,
Go ahead, Al. Show them how it goes. Right there. Don't go far. Don't go far.
None of this. None of that. Not doing that. This is where you live. Right here.
Right. You know what? You should go to an SNL after party and do that move.
I will if I ever get invited.
Okay. Tune in tomorrow to find out who is crowned.
Who do y'all think is going to be?
I wondered about that too.
Do they have nominees?
I don't know the nominees.
No, he was
No,
last year.
he's already crowned.
How about The Rock? Was he already?
You know what?
Yeah, The Rock's having a good year.
He's already been
having
this
a good
season.
year.
We shall see. All right, coming soon. All right, next up, Lance Bass. You said you saw this on Twitter.
I did.
The NSYNC singer recently sat down with husband Michael Turchin to play a game of genealogy trivia with Ancestry.com. And you'll never believe who Lance discovered he has a genetic connection to. Watch this.
Which unexpected distant relative is part of Lance's musical family tree? A, Faith Hill. B, Britney Spears.
Oh, I wish. I wish.
Or C, Elvis Presley. B, Britney Spears.
Are you
kidding me? Yeah,
that's a great game.
For real. So it turns out Lance Bass and Britney Spears are sixth cousins, once removed.
Oh, so am I.
I mean, well, Lance, what does that mean? I don't know, but there's a connection.
Six cousins?
We're
once
six
removed?
cousins. Six
You know?
than 12.
Yeah, me and Lassie.
Lassie, what is wrong with your
means
mind?
nothing.
But here's the thing. You are directly related to Lenny Kravitz.
How you are?
Yeah.
Six?
Yes.
How close are you and Lenny?
His grandfather, my grandfather.
So what does
were
that make you?
brothers. I
Third,
don't know.
fourth?
I don't get
No,
it.
that's
I don't
closer
get it.
than that.
Closer than Lance and Brittany,
Yes,
for sure. That's
Well,
real cousins.
I don't know. Lance says he's always felt a connection to Britney, so he's happy that they're family. So it was a real surprise to find out that they're family. They have some good musical genes. All right, next up. You know it, you love it. There aren't enough napkins in the world. It's buttery, it's salty. We're talking about movie theater popcorn.
Best.
For some reason, popcorn just tastes better in a buttery bucket. And soon, you'll be able to enjoy a tub of that pop perfection from the comfort of your couch. AMC Theaters is bringing their secret recipe to the supermarket shelf so you can buy it. The Cinema Giant will be serving their authentic, freshly popped popcorn from mall kiosks, convenience stores, to-go counters all over the country. Both prepackaged and microwavable versions are set to hit stores next year.
Will it come with the pump with the
butter?
That's that when you
But it's
liquid
not,
butter.
It's not butter.
What
It's
is it?
Golden topping.
It's a buttery product.
I like
it's
my
like,
golden
It's like
topping.
6 degrees removed
from butter.
It's the Lance Bass and Britney Spears
Oh my
of
gosh.
popcorn toppings.
All right, finally, big news from our friends over at Dateline. I know he's on fire today. On Tuesday, November 16th, Dateline will debut all 6 episodes of Keith Morrison's new original podcast, The Thing About Helen and Olga. This marks the first time listeners are going to be able to binge a whole Dateline podcast on its launch day. Now, in this story, 2 older women, Helen and Olga, who opened their hearts to down-and-out men in Los Angeles. This is true, of course, but after one of the men is killed by a hit-and-run driver and then another suffers the same fate, investigators began to uncover a twisted plot. People are into this. The trailer is out today. You can subscribe wherever you get your podcasts or by scanning the QR code on your screen now. And a reminder, you can watch new episodes of Dateline Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC.
I listened to the thing about Pam. It was riveting.
Yeah.
Of course, this is Pop Start Plus, so here are a few more items for you. We'll start with Lady Gaga. For years, the pop star has been making her mark in fashion history, donning some of the most unique looks, from being carried down the red carpet inside a giant egg to a head full of tentacles. And perhaps none was more iconic than the meat dress she wore to the 2010 MTV Music Video Awards. And she's breaking it all down in a recent interview with Vogue.
We did want to make a statement because at the time they were trying to repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But we decided to do the meat dress because I thought to myself, if you are willing to die for your country, what does it matter how you identify? And we were backstage with Brandon Maxwell, who was working as one of my stylists at the time. He was vegan also and still helping to sew all of these last bits of meat to me and making my meat hat and my meat purse, which was held by Cher.
And in case you're wondering, Gaga says yes, the dress did in fact smell like meat, all in the name of fashion. Finally, we'll wrap things up with Ed Sheeran. Last night, the chart-topping singer stopped by The Tonight Show to catch up with Jimmy Fallon and chat about his newest album, Equals. But first, he swung by the Roots dressing room for a quick classroom instruments performance of his hit song, Shape of You. Take a listen.
I'm in love with the shape of you. You push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is full and true. I'm in love with your body. And last night you were in my room. And now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body.
It's official, it's impossible not to dance along to that song, even if it is performing on a banana maraca. Those are today's Pop Start Plus headlines. Just ahead, they don't come much bigger than the star of our next conversation, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Stick around.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know.